Chapter 2078. On the shallow shore of the lake, the angel's statue appeared dim and lifeless. The girl had been staring at this angel's statue for a very long time. Boss Luo had been waiting patiently and didn't even disturb them. Mir, the girl suddenly murmured. This was not the first time she said this name. It's Saint Michael. This time, the girl's voice was more certain. She even took a step forward and walked directly towards the submerged beach in the center of the lake. Even though there was a submerged beach in the center of the lake, there was still a certain depth to the lake before reaching it. She would be completely submerged in the water. Originally, this should be the case. But when the girl touched the lake, a small piece of light condensed under her feet. The light floated on the water and became the girl's foothold. She did not sink into the water. Just like that, she slowly approached the shallow shore at the center of the lake under the condensed brilliance. At this time, Boss Luo thought of the story of Lotus step by step, but obviously the girl was not the one in the story. He also followed the girl to the center of the lake. However, the moment Boss Luo stepped into the light shattered directly, as if it was telling him, "Except for the girl, no one can pass through." "Am I not welcome?" Boss Luo said softly. At this moment, the brilliance behind the girl shattered bit by bit, but it quickly condensed again, forming a new foothold. Boss Luo smiled slightly. "Thank you." He stepped into the new foothold and followed the girl in front of him. Soon, the girl had stepped into the center of the lake and went straight to the angel statue in the center. The angel statue did not look like much from afar, but it was quite tall up close. Even if it was kneeling on one knee, it was still taller than the girl. But the angel statue lowered its head, so it was not easy to see its face. At this time, the girl suddenly did something unexpected. She held the angel statue's face with both hands, as if she wanted to raise its head, but the statue's head was fixed, so it was obviously impossible. Unknowingly, Boss Luo was already beside the girl. He whispered, "Why are you doing this?" She seemed to have suddenly regained some clarity from her dazed state, and her hazy gaze became clearer. "I don't know why either. I just wanted to see what it looked like." Boss Luo thought for a moment and said, since it lowered its head, perhaps it didn't want anyone to see its face. The girl thought for a moment and said, "I can still see it if I bend down." This explanation doesn't seem to make sense. Boss Luo smiled and said, "Under normal circumstances, we won't be able to see it, but bending down means that we're determined to do so." The young girl shook her head. She did not understand why he had to be so particular about these things with a lifeless statue. It was as if there was a living person inside the statue. Even so, she did not think that it was illogical for her to want to lift the statue's face. "Saint Michael," Boss Luo suddenly said. The girl was startled. "You mentioned this name just now. Why did you mention it again? Is this statue the statue of Saint Michael?" "You mentioned it twice, and it was the same thing." Boss Luo glanced at the girl and said something else. "It seems that the legend in your village is different from the truth. This angel statue doesn't look like the demon in the lake." "Yes." The girl nodded. "Is this the original form of the demon's sword in the lake?" At this moment, the young girl looked at the angel statue holding the sword that was stabbed into the ground and subconsciously touched it. It looked like an ordinary stone sword. There was nothing special about it. "But I can pick it up," the girl exclaimed in a low voice. The stone sword in the angel statue's hands was easily moved by the girl. She used a little force and pulled the stone sword out of the angel statue's hands. She even waved it twice. The stone sword was heavy in the girl's hand, and she did not feel comfortable swinging it. She shook her head and casually placed the stone sword on the ground. "I can't help but think that the legend of the magic sword that has been circulating in Domremy village could be a story that someone in the village made up to scare children because they accidentally entered this place and saw the lake, the angel statue, and the stone sword. Then it was passed down from generation to generation and became a legend." Miss Gina seems to have grown up listening to this legend. Boss Luo smiled. The girl glared at him and said unhappily, I thought you were a smart person, but you didn't understand what I meant. What a disappointment. Boss Luo thought for a moment and said, Miss Gina, since someone accidentally entered this place and made up a story based on what they saw here, it means that there is a way out here. You're not that stupid. The girl chuckled and nodded. If the person doesn't go back, the story can't be passed down. There must be a way out here. That's just your guess, Miss Gina. Boss Luo suddenly said. The girl turned around, her eyes bright. Do you want to embrace hope or be swallowed by despair? I'm afraid this is not a question that can be fooled by all of us. Boss Luo said seriously. I think Miss Gina can bring hope to people. You're cheerful, and you're like the embodiment of hope. So if I choose you, it means I'm embracing hope. Then wouldn't embracing hope mean I'm embracing? The girl's expression suddenly became strange, and she quickly turned her head. This guy is too bad. Father only agreed to the marriage on his own. What does he want to do? Does he want to hug me? No. That can only be done after marriage. No. I haven't agreed yet. Hurry. Hurry up and find a way out. The girl hurriedly said, We've wasted too much time. Now is not the time to talk. There will be a chance in the future. In the future? Go over there. The girl pointed in a direction and said angrily, Don't waste time. Saying this, the young girl raised the stone sword in her hand and headed in another direction. But this time there was no light to support her body. So she quickly walked into the lake, and the lake water instantly flooded up to her legs. Strange, how did I come in here? The girl turned around with a puzzled expression and looked at the bad guy. The bad guy was still in the shallow water in the center of the lake, but its back was facing her, and it was looking forward. What's wrong? The girl frowned and looked away. Then her expression changed slightly. Oh no! This weird thing is chasing us. At the entrance of the cave to this strange underground lake, a figure with cracks on its body was slowly walking toward them. This weird guy stepped directly into the lake and walked toward the shallow water. Its body was still blazing hot. The moment its body entered the lake, it caused the lake water to boil crazily, turning into a thick mist of water vapor. Maybe the legends aren't all made up. The young girl subconsciously thought, but she quickly shook her head to get rid of him. She shouted, Hurry up and leave. It's catching up. Hey! It seems that it can't come over, Luaccio suddenly said. The girl didn't believe it. She looked at it subconsciously, only to see that the weird guy was still making the lake water boil crazily, but it seemed that really couldn't move forward. She wriggled her body in the water and walked up to Luoccio's side step by step. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the weird guy began to beat the water crazily, and the sound became louder and louder. At this moment, the girl finally saw that there seemed to be an invisible barrier around the shallow water. And because of the barrier, the weird guy couldn't get close. Is this the power of the angel? The girl subconsciously looked at the angel statue in the center and muttered to herself, This is a miracle. I saw a miracle. I saw Saint Michael. The weird guy was still beating the invisible barrier crazily, and it didn't hesitate to hit the barrier with its head, and its expression became more and more ferocious and terrifying. Boss Luo said at this moment, It seems that it won't come over in a short time, but at the same time we can't get out. We can't stay here forever. The girl shook her head and said, Even if it's safe here, we will starve to death without real food. Maybe it will break the barrier one day. Can we only leave this place by defeating this weird guy? Suddenly, the girl took a deep breath, clenched the stone sword in her hand, and raised it. Ms. Jenna, what do you want to do? Boss Luo asked at this moment. It's the stone statue that led me here. The girl seemed to have returned to that hazy state, and now she put her forehead on the stone sword. I'm praying to it. The power of the angel blocked the weird guy's entry, and the power of the angel may help me defeat it. Saint Michael, please listen to my heart. I, Jenna Dark, am willing to be the sword in your hand. Please give me guidance, give me courage, and give me strength. Boss Luo frowned at this moment. His eyes fell on the angel statue that bowed its head, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He quickly returned to his original calm state and said in a low voice, "You're not her." At this moment, a ray of light was released from the stone sword and rushed to the sky. The light brought a powerful force. The water in the underground lake was instantly split by the light of the sword. The girl's eyes emitted a horrifying light, and she used her strength to slash down the stone sword in her hand. In an instant, the sword light transformed into a long curtain of light that directly swallowed the blazing monster in the lake. Amidst the light, one could clearly hear the blazing monster's miserable shrieks. The light instantly covered all the crystal lights in the underground lake, as if it had become a world of holy light. After a while, the separated lake water began to gather again, and suddenly became muddy. On the shallow beach, the girl was panting, and she used the stone sword in her hand to support her body. She seemed to have used up too much energy, and her face became extremely pale. At this moment, the stone sword had already concealed its radiance and returned to its ordinary appearance. Success! The girl looked at Boss Luo with surprise and excitement and said angrily, "I really defeated this monster. It's Saint Michael who gave me this power. Congratulations, Ms. Jenna." Boss Luo smiled faintly. "You've successfully embraced hope." Yes, maybe the joy of defeating the monster filled her heart, but the girl didn't care about the cold attitude of this unofficial betrothed. Maybe he was still in shock, and his heart couldn't calm down, so he couldn't react. Rumble. At this moment, a sound came from the rock wall in front of them, and then the rock wall began to crack. This was the place where the light released by the stone sword hit. A passageway that was neither too big nor too small was exposed after the rock wall was broken. At the same time, a whistling wind blew out from the passageway. The girl was excited. The wind. That means this tunnel can lead to the outside. That's great. Not only did we defeat the monster, but we also found the exit. This must be Saint Michael's arrangement. It's looking after us. Yes. Boss Luo smiled casually. It really seems like it's arranged. Let's get out of here. The girl excitedly walked to Boss Luo's side. She subconsciously grabbed his hand and pulled him into action. "Ms. Jenna, what's wrong?" The girl turned her head. Boss Luo said, "We have to swim over. If you pull me and hold the sword, I'm afraid you'll sink." "You're right." The girl paused and then nodded. She let go of Boss Luo's hand as if she got an electric shock and said with a blushing face, "This is the sword of victory that Saint Michael gave me, and I must take it with me. You swim by yourself. Follow me, and I'll explore the way first." Then the girl tried to walk into the water with the sword. A miraculous scene happened again. The stone sword didn't sink into the water. Instead, it floated on the surface of the lake and pulled the girl to the edge of the lake. Boss Luo narrowed his eyes as he looked at the surprised girl who kept looking at the stone sword at the edge of the lake. "Come here quickly. Don't just stand there." The girl suddenly waved her hand and shouted. Boss Luo nodded and walked into the water. But at this moment, the water level of the lake started to drop rapidly and even formed a huge whirlpool. The lake water started to flow into the whirlpool, and the water level crazily dropped. After a short while, the entire underground lake was drained. Boss Luo walked to the edge of the lake calmly. "This must be a gift from Saint Michael." The girl looked at Boss Luo, who walked to her and couldn't help but mutter to herself, "Since it's a gift, it must want you to return to the village as soon as possible." Boss Luo said casually, "Ms. Jenna, let's go." "You're right." The girl nodded. Looking at the girl's confident manner, she directly rushed into the passage created by the impact of the light. "Boss Luo, suddenly looked back at the angel statue in the center of the lake. I'm starting to hate this place. Crack. Instantly, a long and thin crack appeared on the back of the angel statue in the center of the lake. At this moment, Luaccio casually glanced at the bottom of the lake where the water was drained. He stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers before turning around and walking into the tunnel. At the bottom of the lake where the water was drained, a hand suddenly reached out from the mud. There were many cracks on the arm. The cracks were like flowing lava, emitting a blazing aura in all directions. Freedom City. In front of an office building in a bustling commercial area, 3 faint lights quietly landed on the rooftop of the building. They were the white-clothed young man and the 2 high-level angels. The female angel quickly said, "According to Dr. Hank's Destiny Diary, the merchant who sells imported drugs works in this building." The white-clothed young man nodded calmly and was about to speak. Suddenly, his face slightly changed. His face instantly turned pale, and then he spat out a mouthful of golden blood. "Master." The 2 high-level angels were instantly terrified and shocked. Chapter 2079. They had always followed the white-clothed youth to conquer the subworlds of different realms and spread the glory of the Lord. In their hearts, the white-clothed youth's existence was perhaps even higher. At this moment, seeing the white-clothed youth suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, how could the 2 high-level angels not be shocked? "My lord, what happened? Did Taoist Lu Ye's sneak attack when we were conquering the West Star subworld relapse?" The female angel was so anxious that she accidentally revealed the defeat of the Heaven Army at the front line. On that day, the Heaven Army was attacked by the Sovereign Organization of the Transcendents, causing a large scale of damage to the Heaven Army. Later, the glory of the Lord shone, and the attackers were repelled. After receiving the news, the Archangel who was in charge of the Heaven Army immediately pulled back the front line and returned to the Heaven Army with his personal guards. The Archangel had returned as soon as she received the news, and immediately restored order to the chaotic Heaven's sanctum. However, even the other seraphim did not know that the Archangel had once suffered a hidden loss in the development of a certain subworld. The Archangel returned to the Heaven Army for 2 reasons. On one hand, he wanted to shock the crazy Transcendents, and on the other hand, he wanted to recover from his injury. However, this was an extremely confidential matter, and only the high-level angels who were close to the Archangel knew about it. The male angel Londo and the female angel were 2 of them. When the Archangel was attacked that day, just like now, he spat out a mouthful of blood. That was a very dangerous subworld. Under the joint management of the Heavenly Court and Buddhism, it was like an iron bucket, and not even a drop of water could leak out. The Archangel had planned for a long time, hoping to use that subworld as a breakthrough point to spread the glory of the Lord in the many subworlds controlled by the Heavenly Court and Buddhism. As long as he spread a little seed of glory, the seed would grow into a big tree one day. However, he did not expect that a Taoist who called himself Lu Ye would appear and use a strange weapon that caught people off guard. Supreme order. Function stop. Facing the panicked and worried gazes of the 2 high-level angels, the white-clothed youth suddenly spat out a sentence. In an instant, the eyes of the 2 high angels lost their luster. They even stood up. Not only that, but they also knelt on one knee. Their chests split open from their waists, and their heads split open from their jaws. After their bodies split open, the 2 high-level angels were like half-disintegrated bodies. They didn't move at all. Only 2 different light balls were floating on their split chests. The white-clothed youth took a deep breath at this moment. He stroked his chest and felt that his breathing had become much smoother, but his expression was still not very good. The golden bloodstains on the ground were wiped away by him with a wave of his hand. "Is it really Lu Ye?" The young man in white subconsciously frowned. It was true that he was ambushed and injured, but it was not a serious injury. The injury should have been treated before he returned to the heavenly kingdom. Could it be that the strange flying knife has some special ability? The young man in white couldn't help but ponder. After pondering for a while, the result was, it doesn't seem like it. However, since the war with Satan the Great, this was the only time he was injured and vomited blood. If it wasn't for the strange methods of those so-called Eastern immortals, who could it be? The young man in white had no clue at this moment. Even when he was ambushed by Taoist Luya's strange flying knife, he could still sense it in advance with the sense of touch that surpassed the world. He could even directly find the attacker's body in the fog. However, this time, not to mention finding the attacker's hiding place. He didn't even sense it beforehand. Even if the Lord wanted to punish him, it was impossible for him not to have a bad feeling about it. After all, the methods of the Eastern immortals have too many strange and uncertain factors. The young man in white slowly exhaled. He knew that not only the Eastern immortals, but those Buddhas of the Buddhist sect had even stranger methods. They could even use the power of karma. Even so, the young man in white still didn't look good. Anyone who knew that there might be hidden injuries in their body that were hard to find would have a bad expression. The young man in white didn't even know if this hidden injury would flare up or when it would flare up next time. If it suddenly flared up in a battle between high-end combat forces, the consequences would be unbearable. Maybe I should take this opportunity to go to Maria City. The young man in white muttered to himself that Holy Mother had the power of redemption and could heal any injuries. The high-level angels' bodies began to fit together again, little by little. After that, the cracks on their bodies gradually disappeared as if nothing had happened. The female angel's voice was crisp at this moment. According to Dr. Hank's destiny log, the businessman who sells imported drugs works in this building. Then let's go directly to him. The young man in white nodded indifferently and then said, "Let's be direct. Don't waste time here." The female angel and Angel Long looked at each other. The young man in white's attitude before was quite slow. He wanted to find the culprit slowly and wasn't in a hurry. Now it seemed that he was quite impatient. However, despite the doubts in their hearts, they would try their best to carry out the order of this young man in white. Any order. There was no moon and few stars. The stars and the moon were covered by thick clouds. This night was much quieter and darker than the nights that the young girl had experienced before. However, the young girl wasn't depressed at this moment. On the contrary, she was happy and excited, as if she was bathed in the light of blessing. The fire of hope in her heart was burning passionately. She even felt that her chest was blazing hot. A warm feeling flowed through her body, making her fearless of the dampness and desolation of the night. The young girl greedily breathed in the fresh air. They had successfully passed through the broken tunnel and returned to the surface. "Do you see that windmill? That's the windmill on my farm." The young girl exclaimed with a trace of disbelief. "I never thought that there would be a road leading to the underground lake near my home. Legend has it that it's so close." "If it's a legend that's close to you, it's just a story." Boss Luo smiled casually at this time. "Looking at the situation, those cavalrymen shouldn't be here yet." The young girl nodded. "Indeed, although the lights are on in the village, it looks quiet. If it was attacked, it wouldn't be like this. The Burgundian cavalrymen always set fires. Those cruel and inhumane fellows," Boss Luo said at this time. "The village seems to be on alert. Mr. Jacques and the others should have returned with the news. Miss Jenna, this place is so close to your farm. I suggest you go home first." "Why?" The young girl looked at the fiancé that her father had promised her with puzzlement. "I can help to fight against those cavalrymen. I even have the power of the Sword of Victory. I can defeat them." With the support of divine power and the Sword of Victory in her hand, the young girl named the stone sword the Sword of Victory. Under this effect, she was unprecedentedly confident. She even felt that she was stronger than an adult, especially an adult man. Boss Luo saw this. In fact, he actually summed up the young girl's state as, She was arrogant. Of course, I don't mean to deny Miss Jenna's power. Boss Luo smiled and said, but I think as a father, Mr. Jacques wouldn't want to know that his daughter had secretly followed him all the way, and even went through the underground river passage and the underground lake. So many adventure stories. The young girl stuck out her tongue subconsciously. No matter how arrogant she was still a young girl in her teens. The majesty of her father was a monster that confidence could not defeat. The young girl immediately pulled Boss Luo's sleeve and said with a slightly red face, will you help me keep this a secret? A secret between the two of us. Boss Luo stared at the young girl for a long time. The young girl was a little nervous. You don't want to? Boss Luo suddenly smiled and said, Miss Jenna looks cuter like this. I'll go home first. The young girl lowered her head, tightly holding Sword of Victory in her arms, and rushed out. I'll go to the village after changing my clothes. Wait for me. Seeing the young girl's figure getting farther and farther away, Boss Luo also walked toward the village at this time. On the windmill, not far away, there was a pair of eyes quietly sizing up the two separated figures on the ground until the two figures on the ground also disappeared from the line of sight. The windmill was slowly turning, and the owner of the line of sight was sitting on the highest railing, gently swinging her little feet. A young girl. There seemed to be something like cream stuck to her chubby little face and the aroma of desserts. The scenery here is really good. Suddenly, a voice came out from the silence. It was Boss Luo's voice. She was sitting on the railing and swinging her little feet, like a frightened little animal. She panicked and fell from the railing. She was about to fall under the windmill. This place was really high. But soon the little girl who was supposed to fall off the windmill slowly rose up, or rather, she floated up. Behind her back, there was a pair of small palm-sized wings that were flapping vigorously. The little girl looked as if she was being lifted up by someone by the back of her clothes. She rotated horizontally in midair, adjusting her body. Soon the little girl saw the bad guy who suddenly spoke behind her and scared her. The little girl widened her eyes, and her chubby cheeks puffed up. This should be the second time we've met. Luo Chio walked closer at this time and looked at the angry little girl with a chuckle. The little girl snorted and then turned her face away. She even raised her hands, looking like she wouldn't forgive him if he didn't apologize. Did I scare you? Boss Luo said softly. The little girl snorted again. This time, she turned her face to the other side and raised her chin. But you have been peeping at us, haven't you? Boss Luo said again. The little girl didn't turn her face away, but her eyes turned. Then let's treat it as a tie. What do you think? Boss Luo asked with a smile. The little girl turned her face around, pulled her eyelids with her fingers, stuck out her tongue, and made a face. After that, the little girl floated backward. After floating for a short distance, the little girl soon disappeared into thin air. Boss Luo didn't chase after her. He just walked closer to the railing. He pressed his hands on the railing and looked at the lights of Donnermy village, not far away. He muttered to himself, so it was painted here. From here, the Dong Remy village in front of him looked exactly like the landscape painting where the Rose Mansion had disappeared. She was at the place where she stored the tools used to climb the walls. Young girl Jean. However, when she climbed back to her room in the farm, she found that the door was open. At this moment, there was no one in the big house. Even the servants were gone. The young girl sighed with regret. Perhaps after the warning horn sounded in the village, her family came to find her but couldn't find her in the room. In the end, they could only go to the village to meet her. Perhaps her father already knew that she wasn't at home. Forget it. She would just say that she couldn't sleep at night and went out for a walk. Anyway, as long as she didn't say anything, her father wouldn't know what she experienced last night. After making up her mind, the girl found a set of clean clothes and took it into the bathroom. If she appeared dirty with her father's shrewdness, he would definitely guess something. Sword of Victory. She couldn't bring the sword in. Wouldn't that be disrespectful to Saint Michael? The young girl put Sword of Victory on the bed. Soon, there was the sound of washing in the bathroom. At this moment, a light flashed in the empty room, a small ball of light. Then the ball of light disappeared, and a chubby little girl quietly floated in the young girl's room. The little girl carefully looked at the bathroom and saw the Sword of Victory on the bed. She was overjoyed and rushed to the Sword of Victory without saying a word. She held the hilt with both hands and wanted to lift it up. However, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't lift Sword of Victory at all. She really tried her best. She even used all the strength she got from eating the cream cake in the middle of the night. She still couldn't lift it up. Finally, under the continuous force, the little girl suddenly deflated. She was like a deflated balloon, collapsing on the bed in an instant. The young girl, Jean, seemed to have finished washing and was about to come out. Seeing this, the little girl quickly turned around and crawled under the bed. After washing up, she only put on a thin nightgown with nothing inside. Her hair was simply washed, but because it was short, it was dry after a casual wipe. She lay on the bed and stretched her body. When her arm touched Sword of Victory, she suddenly sat up and raised Sword of Victory with both hands. She muttered to herself, "I'm the light of victory. I'm the guide of light." So embarrassing. The young girl covered her face. No, change it. "I'm the pure white flame messenger." "Ah, it's still too embarrassing. Change it." At this moment, the young girl suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from her ankle. It was like she was bitten by something, and the pain made her quickly jump up. However, when she lay down, she didn't find anything under the bed. Strange, this bite mark doesn't look like a rat's. The young girl frowned. While she was puzzled, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a woman in her 30s looked surprised and happy. "Miss, you're finally back. Where did you go?" "We searched everywhere, but couldn't find you. Everyone in the house had gone to the village. Madam asked me to wait for you here. I was afraid, so I hid. I just heard a voice upstairs. I've finally been waiting for you, Miss Jenna. I went for a walk." The young girl's expression was stiff. Okay, it's a walk, right? I got it." The maid shook her head at this time, then quickly walked into the room, and then skillfully took out the clothes from the cabinet in the room. She even found a wig with long hair and threw it on the bed. "Hurry up and change your clothes. Master is waiting for you in the village." I got it. Chapter 2080. The name of the pharmacist was no longer important. Under the command of the white-clothed young man, Angel Londo walked into the office of the pharmacist. "Who are you? I don't think I know you. What do you want?" Londo was shocked. Anyone would be shocked to see a guy without a mouth barging into their office. "Accept the judgment of the holy light, lost sheep," Angel Londo murmured in his mind and reached out to grab the destiny diary of the pharmacist. After that, the white-clothed young man, accompanied by the female angel, walked directly into the office. Angel Londo quickly handed the destiny diary to the white-clothed young man. The white-clothed young man didn't sit down, but opened the diary to read. After a while, the white-clothed young man frowned. He closed the diary and said in a deep voice, "Nothing." "My lord, what is it?" The white-clothed young man said expressionlessly, "This pharmacist is the same as Dr. Hank. There's nothing in the destiny diary about this type of prohibited drug. He only treats this drug as a legitimate drug and imports it from the City of Dawn at a low price." The female angel frowned. "Do we have to find the manufacturer of this drug?" "The City of Dawn. Are we going to the City of Dawn next?" The white-clothed young man thought for a moment and said, "The City of Freedom's account book needs to be checked. I came for this matter. Now that I'm delayed because of the prohibited drug, you stay here and check for me. I'll take Londo to the City of Dawn." Then the white-clothed young man waved his hand, and a beam of holy light shot into the female angel's body and formed a special golden mark on her forehead. "When the saint of the City of Freedom sees you, He'll know that you're my emissary. Go." "Yes, my lord." The female angel turned around and left respectfully. The white-clothed young man glanced at Angel Londo and said calmly, "Come with me. Your punishment will be suspended for now. We'll deal with you after we leave the Holy Light Kingdom." Angel Londo's mouth, that had disappeared, appeared again. It was uncomfortable not being able to speak, and he felt much better now. Angel Londo looked delighted. "Thank you, my lord. I'll be more careful with my words in the future. Shall we head to the City of Dawn now?" The young man in white pondered for a moment and said coldly, "No, let's go to Maria first." The city of Maria, the city of the one known as the Holy Mother. Langdo was startled. He vaguely thought of something, but his mind was blank. There was no memory to support this faintly discernible inspiration. However, he didn't dare to ask too much and only responded respectfully. After the female angel left the office building, she arrived at the saint's residence in the Freedom City. Originally, this female angel planned to meet the saint of the Freedom City directly, but she didn't expect the saint to be discussing the art of painting with a few artists. The female angel had already given a hint, but the saint of the City of Freedom delayed until an hour later. Only then did he end the art salon in a hurry and arrive. After all, the saint of the Freedom City was recognized by the Lord of the Kingdom of Heaven, and he was a holy existence on the same level as the seraphim. Even though she was a little dissatisfied, the female angel didn't show any disrespect after seeing this saint. Even though she had the mark of the white-clothed young man on her and was his representative, she was even more respectful toward him. The saint in front of her was a great existence who had a holy angel legion in the kingdom of heaven. The holy angel legion was called Wings of Freedom, and even the archangel who ruled over all the angels couldn't directly mobilize it. The Wings of Freedom had been guarding a subworld that was extremely important to the kingdom of heaven, and they wouldn't be mobilized easily. However, the Wings of Freedom, as combat strength, was in the top 3 of all the angel legions in the kingdom of heaven. Once they were mobilized, it would be a world-destroying war. The saint in front of her was the owner of the Freedom City of the Holy Light Kingdom, and he was also the general of the Wings of Freedom in the kingdom of heaven. He was a great existence who was comparable to the young man in white, and she didn't dare to act presumptuously in front of the saint. Why didn't he come personally? Instead, he sent you here alone? In front of the female angel, the saint leaned lazily on the reclining chair and looked at her with a cold expression. The female angel didn't dare to neglect and quickly said, "Saint, my lord has some other things to deal with, so he sent me here to investigate the account of the Freedom City as willpower." "Other things?" The saint looked surprised and asked curiously, "What else is more important than the investigation? Is it the Dawn City rebelling, or is it more direct? Is it the Blazing Sky City's internal division?" The female angel's expression couldn't help but change slightly. What this sage said was already one of the most taboo things in the entire kingdom of heaven. Even if you are a saint personally appointed by the Lord, you can't be so unscrupulous. I don't know. The female angel had to think carefully and said, "My lord didn't say anything to me, so I can't make wild guesses." "He didn't tell you?" The saint chuckled and said calmly, "In that case, that guy probably didn't treat you as his confidant." The female angel took a deep breath and said, "My lord treats all of us equally. If he didn't tell me, there must be some other reason. I believe in him." What a loyal subordinate. The saint smiled and narrowed his eyes. "What's your name, angel?" "Jerabel." Then, the saint's smile grew wider. "Angel Jerabel, I wonder if you're interested in joining my Wings of Freedom Legion? I like loyal guys like you." The female angel, Angel Jerabel, looked up in surprise, and many thoughts flashed through her mind. Finally, she said slowly, "Saint, if I join your Wings of Freedom so easily, I won't be the loyal guy you like anymore." The saint didn't deny it and lightly nodded. Then he lazily flicked his hair and pointed with his finger. On the floor of the room, A tall bookcase appeared in an instant. The saint changed into a more comfortable position on the reclining chair, yawned, and waved his hand. "It's all here. Take a look at it yourself. I'm going to take a nap." "Take a nap here?" Angel Jerubel looked at the saint in disbelief. Although there had always been rumors that the saint was somewhat independent, this situation was really rare. In the end, Angel Jarabi took a deep breath and forced himself to look at the saint, who seemed to be asleep. Then he slowly walked to the bookshelf that was filled with books. "Angel Jerubel, your body is also very beautiful." Suddenly, she heard the saint's words. She, who had just taken out a book from the bookcase, was so shocked that she didn't even know how to respond. She subconsciously turned around. Before her eyes, the sage had appeared behind her at some point. Saint, you are." Angel Jerubel was shocked at this time. The saint directly reached out his hand and lifted Angel Jerubel's chin. He directly pressed his red lips on her lips. At the same time, the holy light mark on her forehead suddenly jumped as if it was burning. But at this time, a cold energy suddenly covered this holy light mark, and the restlessness of the holy light mark gradually calmed down. Angel Jarabi's eyes widened, and all his thoughts almost stopped because of this saint's sudden action stopped. Angel Jerubel was completely stopped. She even lost the ability to think. She slumped to the ground like a pile of mud. Her eyes even became hollow. The sage lowered his gaze and looked at the doll-like body. "Unfortunately, it's just an angel's body." The saint slowly wiped his lips at this time and chuckled. "It's a bit wasteful." After that, the saint slowly walked back to the reclining chair, lay down again, and pondered. "I need help," she suddenly said. She was making a decision that even she thought was crazy, and she didn't hesitate at all. "If I don't want to be a puppet, then I can only choose to save myself. Why can't all of this belong to me?" Writing in the void, a golden page full of words quickly formed. The moment it was formed, the page began to burn. She watched until the end of the burning before she slowly exhaled. In the distant void, in one of the subworlds that were as numerous as quicksand in the river, in a hidden world, there were flags of wings of liberty everywhere. The angels here even lived with humans. The holy gospel here would be spread with the wind. This was the real origin of her. They were also called holy angels. They had unique golden wings. They were the embodiment of holy light in this world. Even miracles could be seen everywhere. Every human here was qualified or was the most devout believer. In the hidden world, in a remote and quiet village under the rule of the French dynasty of human society, several holy angels were pulling up their sleeves and waving hoes while weeding. The villagers next to them were in fear and trepidation. How could they let the embodiment of holy light do such heavy work? However, these holy angels insisted, and the villagers couldn't do anything about it. "Mr. Bertrand, please take a break. You must return the rest to us. As holy angels, you can't do all the work of sowing seeds. The fruit that you plant is the sweetest." Among the holy angels, a handsome young man laughed heartily and said, "It's okay to work by yourself. In our Wings of Liberty Legion, our commander even cooks, washes, and cleans his own house." They felt like they had heard some great gossip. The villagers opened their mouths. Let's take a break first." The villagers had to force themselves to say, "Oh, okay. You insist." The holy angel named Bertrand nodded with a smile. Then he looked at his holy angel companions behind him and said, "Let's go over there. There's sweet spring water there." With that, the group of holy angels spread their golden wings and flew into the sky. The villagers weren't surprised. They were used to it because the holy angels flew in the sky every day. When they saw that humans needed help, they would take the initiative to land. "Come on, we have to finish the rest of the work quickly." A leader of the villagers quickly said, "Otherwise, when the holy angels come back, they will steal our work again. Laziness is a sin. We can't become lazy people because of this. The villagers went to work. On the other side, Bertrand and a few holy angels slowly landed beside a spring. In an instant, the sound of wind and laughter came from the forest. It was the laughter of the little elves in the forest. But at this moment, a flame that looked like a red lotus suddenly appeared above the spring. The group of holy angels instantly withdrew their relaxed expressions. It's a handwritten order from the saintess. Holy Angel Bertrand said in a deep voice. He slowly walked toward the red lotus fire. In the flame, a golden page slowly floated out and finally fell into the hands of Holy Angel Bertrand. Is it really a handwritten order from the saintess? Another holy angel said in surprise. The saintess is in the holy light kingdom. She hasn't given us a handwritten order for a long time. I thought the saintess had forgotten about us. What are you talking about? Holy Angel Bertrand glared back. Think about the consequences if the saintess heard you. With the temperament of the saintess, she would at most let me clean for a month. The holy angel said with a chuckle, if it doesn't work at most, I would be hung up to dry my tears. It's not a big deal. Be serious. Holy Angel Bertrand suddenly put on a stern face. However, in his opinion, this level of stern face didn't have much effect. He sighed helplessly. The saintess hasn't returned to the wings of liberty for a long time. Look at how sloppy these guys are now. Okay, let's be serious. Even if we can't accept the handwritten order from the saintess, we still have to give face to Commander Bertrand. So, what did the saintess' handwritten order say? Holy Angel Bertrand rolled his eyes and began to carefully read the contents of the page. After a while, Holy Angel Bertrand's expression changed. He really became solemn. It seems that it's a very important matter. Seeing this, the smiles on the holy angels' faces gradually faded. They became serious. Bertrand, what did the handwritten order say? Holy Angel Bertrand said with a serious expression. The saintess wants us to choose the 10 most powerful holy angels in the wings of liberty and enter the holy light kingdom to see her. Hashtag PS1. Happy birthday to Big Boss Wudong. PS2, I can only make a gift. PS3, 0/1, as usual. Chapter 2081. In Dong Remy Village, all the villagers had been mobilized. The villagers came out one after another, fully armed. Although they were fully armed, they had only used everything that could be used at home. For example, they used stewing pots as helmets or used winter clothes to bind their hands and feet. The men picked up ironware and the women picked up rolling pins or kitchen knives. It seemed that the villagers were quite experienced in this kind of situation. Although they seemed to be in a hurry, they didn't panic. In this kind of situation, Essex found that it was quite easy to find food, because the villagers' houses were all open and many houses were empty at this time. The villagers had already gathered. With this much, it should be enough. At this time, Mr. Essex touched the spoils in his hand, looked at Nan Xiaonan and said, "Let's go back first, Lady Nan." "Okay." Nan Xiaonan nodded. On the way to find food, Nan Xiaonan and Essex didn't talk much. Mr. Essex seemed to have a lot on his mind. At this time, because they found enough food, he looked a little better, but only a little better. "Boss Essex, are you worried about that Ludic principal?" Nan Xiaonan asked tentatively at this time. "I heard that you have a good relationship since you were young." "Bad relationship," Essex said straightforwardly and seriously. Nan Xiaonan immediately said, "The sage should have said that we should get along well, love, and help each other." "No, the sage didn't say this. Either you've remembered it wrongly or you've interpreted the holy words wrongly," Mr. Arthur said sternly. "Either you've remembered it wrongly or your interpretation of the holy words is wrong." Nan Xiaonan was speechless. How did she know whether the sage said it or not? Usually he would say it. Since he was a sage, wouldn't he preach? "Maybe I remembered it wrong." Nan Xiaonan could only smile awkwardly and say, "It should be the saints of the other 7 capitals who said something similar." Asakes did not refute this time. The reason for this was very simple. He was not familiar with the other 7. Was it a lie? Nan Xiaonan observed Asash's expression. This time, she carefully considered her words before slowly saying, "Boss Asakes, what do you plan to do if we can't leave this place?" Asakes said, "Then we can only continue to live here. We can't commit suicide. If we commit suicide, our souls won't be able to ascend to heaven. Even if we're in a dangerous place, we have to stay strong and survive. But here, you can't even pray to obtain the power of will." Nan Xiaonan quickly said, "I just took a look, and I found that the people in this village don't seem to have much faith." In fact, Asakes had also found it. He had roughly looked around the village, but he couldn't find a place like a church. Even when he sneaked into the houses to look for food, he didn't find any convenient prayer facilities in the houses. This may be a place with poor faith. Mr. Asakes said thoughtfully, "When I was young, when I traveled with my teacher, I heard that there would be some places with poor faith. Even the holy light of the 7 capitals couldn't shine on them. What if this place is not even the Holy Light Kingdom?" Nan Xiaonan suddenly asked, "You're more worried about your own situation, Miss Nan." The Arthakis boss suddenly looked at her. Nan Xiaonan blinked her eyes in surprise. She didn't mind that her intentions had been seen through. What she was surprised about was that Boss Ashatha's line of thought seemed to be somewhat inconsistent with the main theme of the entire Holy Light Kingdom. How should she say it? If every resident of the Holy Light Kingdom was a model human with an almost perfect personality, then Mr. Asakes was obviously the imperfect one, or he had some defects. Is there anything wrong with that? Nan Xiaonan said, "Of course I will think about my own safety, and when danger comes, the first thing I will think about is myself. This is human nature, human instinct. What's wrong with that?" Mr. Asakes shook his head and said, "Human nature is kind, it shouldn't be selfish." Nan Xiaonan said disapprovingly, "Now I want to kill you, or Kay or Lily. Only one of you can survive. Who do you want it to be? Don't hesitate. What's the answer in your heart?" "Of course." Mr. Asakes opened his mouth, but the moment he opened his mouth, he couldn't say the answer in his heart. He was shocked to find that he couldn't produce an answer in his heart. "Your question is not valid." Mr. Asakes finally shook his head. "You don't have a reason to kill me or Kay or Lily, because we are now in the same difficult situation. We need to help each other to have the possibility of getting out of this difficult situation." "So," Nan Xiaonan chuckled and said, "Mr. Asakes, you are avoiding my question, because you may have hesitated in your heart." "I haven't." Mr. Asakes took a deep breath and said seriously, "I firmly believe that the saint will definitely appear in the midst of despair, bringing us hope and dispelling fear. So, what you are thinking is not valid." "You firmly believe? What makes you so sure?" Nan Xiaonan smiled coldly and said, "In this place you can't even pray, right? How would the saint know that you are in trouble?" "Of course it's because—" Mr. Asakes opened his mouth and then closed it. "Because of what?" Nan Xiaonan suddenly narrowed her eyes. Mr. Asakes said indifferently, "The saint won't give up anyone who believes in her." "You worry too much, Lady Nan." He actually restrained himself from saying something out of impulse, as expected of an old man, an old scheming boy. Nan Xiaonan shrugged her shoulders, then suddenly pointed to the front and said with a smile, "Now, let's see if the saint you speak of, Mr. Arthakis, will not give up on any of his believers." Mr. Asakes frowned doubtfully and looked at the direction where Nan Xiaonan pointed. Outside the village, on the road in the field, something was rapidly approaching. It was a dark mass of people. "Seems like cavalry." Mr. Asakes couldn't help but turn pale with fright. "Father!" On the other side of Donnermy village, the girl easily met up with Mr. Jacques under the guidance of the family's maid. At this time, Mr. Jacques was discussing the cavalry's attack with village chief Charles and several other village representatives. They thought that the cavalry would attack soon, but after waiting for most of the night, there was still no movement outside the village. The village chief and the others naturally didn't doubt Mr. Jacques' intelligence. After all, this was something that several village militias could prove besides Mr. Jacques. They were only puzzled about the cavalry's absence. This wasn't a good thing because fear and uneasiness would continue to expand with time. Perhaps this group of Burgundian cavalry was waiting for the villagers to be exhausted because of nervousness before attacking and destroying them in one fell swoop. Perhaps the cavalry's real goal wasn't the village, but they were just passing by and actually had other missions. There were many different opinions, and there was no unified statement. Gradually, there was even a trend of quarreling. At this time, Mr. Jacques sighed, rubbed his eyebrows, and temporarily left the discussion. He came to the door of the meeting room and looked at his daughter. He straightened his face and said, "Jehan, you should know that there is a limit to my tolerance for you." The girl bowed her head and apologized. She knew that her father liked this. As long as she bowed her head and apologized, she could always hit her father's weak spot. Usually, you are willful and mischievous, but this time you can't be easily forgiven. Mr. Jacques' anger was quite big today, and there was even a tendency that it couldn't be extinguished. The girl was calculating in her heart. Mr. Jacques said directly, "Your mother said that it is time to find you a husband. After you get married, you will become more mature. I have always felt that you are still young and shouldn't decide on marriage so quickly. But now it seems that it is necessary to find you a good husband." The girl looked up at her father in surprise, and her heart was suddenly enlightened. Her father was probably using this opportunity to reveal some information to her, so that when the young man who stepped forward in the mansion safely returned to fulfill the marriage contract, he could pave the way for her, right? He was obviously facing his own daughter. So why did he have to be so scheming? Although she had some complaints in her heart, the girl surprisingly didn't refute Mr. Jacques at this time. She just lowered her head and looked pitiful. At this time, Mr. Jacques was also surprised that his daughter didn't refute. Logically speaking, with his daughter's character, she should have argued for it. Why did it seem like she acquiesced? Forget it. It's not necessarily a bad thing for his daughter to be obedient. At least when that brave young man returns safely, he can fulfill his promise. "Father, let's talk about my matter later." The girl looked up at this time and said, "How is the situation in the village now?" "We have temporarily arranged the retreat route," Mr. Jacques said worriedly. "But once the cavalry attack with our speed, I am afraid that it won't take long for them to catch up. Originally, the sooner we retreat, the better, but the people inside are arguing nonstop and haven't made up their minds. They are still fantasizing that perhaps they can give up their wealth and let the cavalry plunder it in exchange for safety. Humph! Last time they set fire to the village. This time they dare to kill people with swords. Father, I have a way to protect everyone's safety." At this time, a flash of light flashed in the girl's eyes, and she quickly said, "I know a place very secret and spacious enough to hide." "Oh!" Mr. Jacques was stunned at first. Then he was overjoyed. "Where is it?" The girl quickly mentioned that not far behind their farm, there was a secret passage that could lead to an underground lake and an underground river. "That was one time when I was hunting nearby, chasing a prey, and accidentally found it. Hunting again." Mr. Jacques stared and then shook his head, but it was a coincidence. "If what you said is true, then this time the village may be able to survive the danger safely. Without further ado, I will discuss this matter with Charles and the others immediately. You wait for me outside. When I need you, I will call you in and explain. You can say that you found it when you were lost while walking." "Got it," the girl murmured, and then immediately said, "By the way, Father, why didn't I see those outsiders who left with you in the afternoon? Didn't they come back?" Mr. Jacques briefly explained what had happened. "Except for that brave young man, the rest of the people have come back. That young man was really brave. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid that I would have died under the sword of the cavalryman. If he can come back safely, you must thank him, do you understand?" The girl was a bit absent-minded at this time. "Still not back? It shouldn't be. I have already gone home first, and even changed my clothes before entering the village. Why hasn't that person come back yet? Or he has already returned to the village, but hasn't come back yet. Instead, he met up with his companions first. Where are those outlanders now?" the girl suddenly asked. Mr. Jacques casually pointed at a house in front, and when he was about to speak, a voice called him from the meeting room. It sounded quite excited. "You wait for me here. Don't go anywhere," Mr. Jacques hurriedly said, and then returned to the room. The girl quietly stuck out her tongue at this time, lifted the long skirt that hindered her movement, and directly turned around and left. Miss Kate or Lily of the Rose Mansion was now using the feather duster to drive away mosquitoes for Mr. Luddick and the male assistant. This was the only thing she could do. Kate or Lily was now looking at Miss Yi, who was sitting on the table and writing something with awe. She had already written many sheets of white paper, and now neatly stacked them aside. They were all formulas and names that Kate or Lily couldn't understand at all. Something about the purity of belief, something about the benchmark of souls, and a lot of other things. Yes. Miss Maid even yawned at this time and was about to fall asleep. At this time, the door outside the room was suddenly pushed open by someone. Kate or Lily was so shocked that she didn't feel sleepy at all, and even directly stood up, and then held the feather duster in front of her to protect her body. Then she found that she was holding it upside down, so she turned it around again and continued to protect her body. At the door, she saw a 14 or 15 years old beautiful girl with long blonde hair wearing a dress. Kate or Lily's tense heart was slightly relaxed, and she subconsciously asked, "Who are you?" "Jehan." The girl in front of the door directly said her name, and then frowned. "Only you are here." "This room is only so big. Miss, will your eyesight be affected at night?" The one who responded was Miss Maid. At this time, Miss Maid was still writing a lot of things that Kay or Lily couldn't understand. She didn't raise her head. The girl in front of the door couldn't help but frown again. She looked at the woman who was concentrating on writing something, and couldn't help but think in her heart, "She is a strong opponent." Why did the atmosphere feel a little strange? The maid of the Rose Mansion quietly shrank in the corner. She just remembered that her feather duster was still raised, so she quickly put it down and showed an awkward but polite smile. But neither the girl in front of the door called Jehan, nor the maid who was writing, actually looked at her. So embarrassing. Boss Asakes, come back quickly. Hashtag PS 1/1. Chapter 2082. Although there was something wrong with the atmosphere, she couldn't let it continue, or Kay or Lily felt that she couldn't stand it anymore. Miss Jenna? Kay or Lily said tentatively, "Please come in. You don't have to stand outside the door." The girl nodded silently and then walked into the room. She walked around Miss Maid, who was writing formulas, and then sat down slowly, opposite to you. The young girl Jean casually glanced at the papers on the table, wanting to see what this woman had written, and then there was no then. She couldn't understand. She couldn't understand at all. She couldn't even understand what was written. She just felt that it was some kind of mathematical formula. How could it be like this? The tutors that her father hired all praised her for being a fast learner. She had changed several tutors, but all of them said that there was nothing left to teach her. Could this be the difference between a country bumpkin and a city dweller? I'm not illiterate. Miss Jenna, it's still too early for you to understand these things. You don't have to read it. It will be very tiring. Miss Maid suddenly stopped writing and looked up. The girl didn't want to be outdone. Indeed, ordinary people can't understand these things. Things that are beyond the knowledge of the people may be the domain of heresy. Miss Maid smiled faintly. Then, Miss Jenna, you can consider me as a heresy. The girl couldn't help but feel that her fist was waving cotton. This woman from the city was really powerful. If a woman from the same village quarreled with her, she would use all her strength and blush. I heard that the people of the church liked to capture heresy, tie them to the pillar, and burn them. The girl chuckled and said, especially heretics. Burning them once is not enough. In order to prevent the heretics from using evil arts to resurrect themselves, even the charred corpses will be burned a second time until they are completely reduced to ashes. Can you imagine that kind of pain? Miss Maid's bright eyes looked at the girl, but she didn't say anything. She just shook her head gently. I will hope that Miss Jenna will never understand this kind of pain. The girl frowned. Of course. She couldn't understand this pain. She was the wielder of the sword of victory, the chosen human of St. Michael. How could she be a heretic? At this time the servant girl said, Miss Jenna is looking for someone, right? However, the person you're looking for hasn't returned yet. Do you want to continue waiting here, or do you want me to leave a message? The girl frowned again and said without thinking, Do you know who I'm looking for? I think I know. Miss Maid chuckled. The girl couldn't help but ask directly, what's your relationship with him? Miss Maid said, I'm just an ordinary maid by the master's side. Maid? The young girl couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment before nodding her head. However, she didn't say anything. If it was only a maid. But why did he need such a beautiful maid? Sure enough, the men in the city had bad intentions. Wait, did you just say that it's just one of the people around you? The young girl had a good foundation and was rather quick-witted. You mean you're not the only one? Master's family business isn't small. Miss Maid chuckled and said, Of course, there are many servants around him. It's naturally not strange to have a few maids. The young girl's face suddenly darkened. A few? So many? There was a reason why it was a maid and not a maid. Although Mr. Jacques wasn't a noble, he was still a famous farm owner and had some family background. Therefore, the young girl had been exposed to some high society matters since she was young. It was said that, to the master, a maid was the kind of servant who could solve all kinds of needs. The young girl was inexperienced. When she imagined some things, she felt flustered, and even her throat became dry. Looking at the woman in front of her, who had an almost impeccable bearing, the young girl felt like she was facing a tall mountain. Why wasn't that smooth-tongued fellow back yet? Did you hear anything? Suddenly, K. Lily's voice sounded. It's coming from outside. The young girl frowned and listened carefully. Immediately, her expression changed drastically. She stood up instantly and exclaimed, Oh no, it's a warning. There's an enemy attack. It's the Burgundian cavalry. Find a place to hide first, or go to the village office to meet up with my father. As she spoke, the young girl lifted her long skirt and rushed out in a hurry. Seeing this, Miss Maid suddenly sighed. She still can't keep her cool. I can't keep my cool either. Miss Maid K. Lily grabbed the feather duster in panic. What should we do? What should we do? Boss, Essex isn't back yet. What should we do? Miss K. Lily, can I ask you for a favor? Miss Maid said suddenly. What's the matter at this time? Miss K. Lily couldn't help but be stunned, and her trembling body couldn't help but stop. Miss Maid chuckled and said, I want to borrow your destiny system to take a look. Suddenly, K. Lily's eyes opened gradually. She probably couldn't react in time and said subconsciously, What did you just say? She became extremely flustered. The destiny system is the most private thing, the most sacred and inviolable wealth of the citizens of the Holy Light Kingdom. How can I? Miss K. Lily. Actually, you have the destiny system. Miss Maid said indifferently. How is that possible? K. Lily screamed subconsciously and immediately knew that she said something wrong. Of course, I also have the destiny system. Miss Yi, are you kidding me? Don't be afraid. Miss Maid stood up and walked to Kay Lily's side. Don't panic and don't hide it. I said you have the destiny system, so you have it. You're not a heretic hiding in the free city. You're just a little underdeveloped. Underdeveloped? Subconsciously, Miss Kay Lily thought that she usually wore a sea bra without a sponge, okay? Although she usually wore a maid's uniform. She couldn't say that she was underdeveloped, right? Miss Maid waved her hand and drew a line in front of Kalili's chest. Heaven's mandate, activate. Instantly, Kay Lily felt as if something was going to rush out of her body. This impulse crazily gathered in her chest. She even felt an unprecedented sense of expansion and couldn't help uttering a painful moan. At the same time, in Kay Lily's sight, a light curtain similar to an interface was slowly opening. At the moment when it opened, Kay Lily even forgot about the abnormality of her body. She looked at the light curtain forming little by little in a daze. It turns out that the interface of the system is really colorful. Kay Lily murmured as if she was in a dream, and even her hands trembled, wanting to touch the light curtain in front of her. She never knew that her destiny system really existed. She always thought that her destiny system was just a decoration, a gray, lifeless thing that wasn't even a business card. It was the proof of her innate sin. She used to wander in the wilderness of the free city. Since she was sensible, she never took the initiative to enter any town. She didn't even have parents. Only boss Aches didn't care about her. He brought her back to the Rose Mansion from the wilderness, gave her a stable job, and even taught her how to hide the fact that her destiny system couldn't be used. So it turns out that even I am capable of obtaining faith. You don't even have yourself. What do you need faith for? Kay Lily subconsciously raised her head, and through the interface of the destiny system, her eyes fell on Miss Yu, but at this time, Miss Yu, you can't look at me directly. Kay Lily's spirit instantly seemed to be hit by something, and she completely lost her consciousness. The rapid sound of the horn had already resounded throughout the village. At this time, the militiaman who was responsible for standing guard in front of the village panicked and climbed down from the wooden watchtower. But because he was too frightened, he accidentally fell down all the way. But he didn't care about the pain and quickly struggled to get up. The warning horn had just been blown, and the people in charge of the village didn't have time to react. He had to report what he saw as soon as possible. Fortunately, because Mr. Jacques came back early to report, the militiamen in the village had already started the defense work. The village had been attacked several times, and some defensive equipment had already been prepared. Once it was needed, it could be pulled out immediately. Be careful! Not knowing who warned, the militiamen subconsciously looked at the source of the sound. But at this moment, an intense stinging sensation almost suffocated the militia on the sentry post. What followed was his body directly falling to the ground under the influence of the huge inertia. At this time, there was a heavy double-handed sword on his back. The double-handed sword directly pierced through the militiaman's body and nailed him to the ground. And this double-handed sword was obviously thrown from a distance. At the same time, two figures quickly came to the side of the militiaman who fell to the ground. How are you? He can't live. The two people who were rushing towards them were Nan Xiaonan and the boss of Arthashis. They were looking for food in the village and had also noticed the cavalry charging towards them from afar. Nan Xiaonan was sometimes very bold, and Mr. Aches was more curious at this time. The two of them almost didn't plan and directly ran to the nearest village entrance. But in the end, they couldn't save the militiaman. This sword seems to be... Mr. Aches looked at the double-handed sword that pierced through the militiaman's body in surprise. This was the double-handed sword used by the cavalry captain, Lion Bell, in the Rose Mansion. He can throw the sword from such a distance, and it has such power. The Arthashis' boss looked at the menacing cavalry in front of the village in disbelief. How terrifying is his arm strength! When he threw it, it was at least a few hundred meters away. It doesn't seem like the strength of a normal human. Xiao Nan frowned slightly, and then she pulled Mr. Sash's arm and hid to the side. This was because the Burgundian cavalry had already forced their way to the village's first line of defense. The wooden stakes blocking the road were like paper under the charge of the war horses. A few militiamen who were in charge of the first line of defense wanted to ignite the kerosene, but they missed the opportunity because they were too panicked. They were directly knocked away and trampled by the charging war horses, and there was no chance for them to survive. The militiamen at the second line of defense screamed and prepared to fight. However, how could a few militiamen and some wooden roadblocks block the charge of dozens of cavalrymen? The line of defense was broken one after another, and the 20 to 30 militiamen that the village temporarily organized had all fallen. The Burgundian cavalry had officially invaded the village. Fortunately, the villagers had already evacuated and temporarily moved to the back of the village. However, Xiao Nan and Mr. Asakes didn't know what the next step would be. Lady Nan, did you notice that this group of cavalrymen seems a little strange? Mr. Asakes hid at the side and saw the entire process of the cavalrymen breaking through the line of defense. He couldn't help but have an extremely heavy expression at this moment. I'm not blind. Xiao Nan said, it's more than strange. These guys don't look like humans now. What did the Burgundian cavalrymen look like? Their bodies were stained with blood, and there were even all kinds of wounds. They seemed to have been torn open by claws or bitten open by teeth. Not only the cavalrymen, but even the war horses had wounds that were exhausted to death. Their faces were abnormally pale. They didn't have eyeballs, only the whites of their eyes. What appeared on their faces was ferocity and madness that wanted to destroy everything. The cavalrymen rushed into the village and crazily crashed into everything. They waved their weapons and directly slashed anything they touched. They don't look like humans. Then what do they look like? Mr. Asakes took a deep breath and asked. Something like the dead. Xiao Nan thought and said, these guys should have already died once. Do you see that guy? His chest is pierced. His heart is long gone. What's going on? Mr. Asakes was shocked. When they were at Rose Mansion, they were clearly still humans. How did they become like this in the middle of the night? They came here through the forest. Xiao Nan bit her thumbnail and muttered, they should have encountered something when they passed through the forest. What could it be? Mr. Jacques brought people here. Are they planning to fight against this group of crazy cavalrymen? Asakes waved his hand and pointed. Inside the village, Mr. Jacques held a sharp sword and quickly rushed out with a group of young people in the village. However, the moment Mr. Jacques met the cavalrymen, he was greatly shocked by the appearance of the cavalrymen. What kind of monsters are these? Chapter 2083. When Mr. Jacques arrived with the militia of the young village, the mutated cavalrymen, led by Leon Bell, reacted instantly. This group of terrifying horsemen instantly besieged Mr. Jacques. War horses, weapons, blood-stained armors, and murky white eyeballs. All of these elements formed a painting of hell in front of Mr. Jacques and the others. They weren't facing the ferocious Burgundian horsemen. Instead, they were facing monsters that were even more terrifying. They were like demons. I don't want to deal with these guys. Terrified, a young man with a wooden spear in his hand turned around and tried to escape after yelling. However, he couldn't pass through the armor of the horsemen. He tried to lie on the ground and escape from under the war horse, but a war spear pierced his body. The horseman on the war horse raised the war spear. As a result, the young militia's body was lifted up high. He struggled and screamed in pain in the air, but the more he struggled, the more his body slid down along the war spear. The villagers couldn't bear to see this cruel scene, and many of them lowered their heads. Demons! Mr. Jacques was shocked, scared, and angry. His mind was blank, but his arms waved the weapon, and his body instinctively swung the sword at the horseman. He only practiced swordsmanship for a while, and he wasn't even a dabbler. However, even so, Mr. Jacques was one of the most powerful warriors in the village. But at this time, a big sword directly cut Mr. Jacques' sword in half. This sword was obviously more expensive than the one that Mr. Jacques brought to the Rose Mansion. This was an antique that Mr. Jacques collected in his house, and it wasn't as sharp and hard as the one that he lent to Luaccio in the Rose Mansion. Although this sword was expensive, it was only an ornamental item. At this moment, the big sword not only broke Mr. Jacques' sword, but it also knocked him to the ground. After falling to the ground, Mr. Jacques looked at the person who knocked him back in horror. Leon Bell, the young cavalry captain of the Burgundian horsemen, the terrifying guy who could wield a two-handed sword with one hand. Leon Bell was even scarier now. Leon Bell waved his big sword again, as if he wanted to cut Mr. Jacques in half. However, a loud roar suddenly sounded. Run! A wooden cart, used to transport groceries, was rushing over at a high speed. The person pushing the wooden cart was surprisingly Mr. Arthaces, who had come to Donnermy village as an outsider. It's you! Mr. Jacques was in disbelief. The wooden chariot, pushed by Arthasheth, directly knocked away the war horses, creating a gap in the encirclement of the knights. Not only that, the wooden chariot directly crashed into the young captain of the knights, Leon Bell. Run! Mr. Arthaces yelled. Mr. Jacques and the group of villager soldiers were instantly alerted. Looking at the gap that was broken, they all rushed forward. At this moment, Mr. Asakes took the torch from the wooden cart and waved it in front of the horsemen like a weapon. He didn't want the torch to be able to deal with the horsemen. He just wanted the torch to be able to startle the war horses and disrupt the horsemen's formation. But unexpectedly, the horsemen on the war horses were the horsemen instead of the war horses. Are these horsemen afraid of fire? Instantly, Mr. Asakes had this speculation, but he didn't have time to think about it. He turned around and lit the straw on the wooden cart. Then he pushed the burning wooden cart and rushed forward again. In Nan Xiaonan's words, what a fierce horseman! In the distance, the witch of her subworld couldn't help but be dumbfounded when she saw the scene. She had never imagined that this lady boss of Assaches would be so ferocious. There had been no movement at all before this, but he had rushed in as he pleased, and he had even succeeded in rescuing her. You should run too. The moment he pushed the burning wooden cart past Nan Xiaonan's hiding place, the boss of Arthaces couldn't help but roar. Nan Xiaonan almost cursed at him. I've been so well hiding here. Why did you expose me? But the horsemen, who were in chaos, soon recovered. At this moment, Mr. Asakes, who was pushing the burning wooden cart, was the brightest boy in the night. It was impossible not to notice him. Seeing the horsemen who had regained their morale and were charging towards her, Nan Xiaonan crawled out of her hiding place with a dark face. You guys follow me. Mr. Jacques turned around and said quickly, We are here to delay the horsemen until the villagers can evacuate. They should have evacuated by now. We can use the terrain of the village to get rid of these monsters. They are riding war horses, so it won't be difficult for them to move in the village. Before he finished, the two horsemen broke through the walls of the houses and courtyards. They even broke through the houses of the villagers. They were not affected by the horsemen at all. This group of monsters. Jacques was so angry that he hurriedly scolded. Nan Xiaonan also scolded in her heart. If only I could Xing Chuang once, I wouldn't be so embarrassed. Damn it, Miss Maid said it was because the rules here didn't allow it. But what did the rules allow? The horsemen, like the undead, appeared. You can't play like this. Get down. In the chaos, a familiar voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Mr. Asakes subconsciously remembered the moment when the exploration group first entered the forest and encountered the wild boar. He almost didn't think much, and his body instinctively rushed to the road in front of him. In the night sky, it seemed that someone threw an oil pot, and then a lit arrow was shot directly at the moment when the oil pot fell down. Boom! The sealed oil pot instantly exploded into a ball of flame in the air. The flame immediately dispersed, and through the exploded oil, it directly sprinkled on the horseman. The oil attached to the horseman's body, and the flame began to spread rapidly. The horses of the horsemen suddenly panicked and became difficult to control. Many of them directly fell to the ground. "Over there!" At this time a young militia stretched out his hand and pointed. Above the houses in the village, there was a figure quickly climbing and moving on the roofs of the houses. After a while, this figure once again threw an oil pot into the night sky, and then lit an arrow to destroy it. The second oil pot made the fire more fierce. Only the sound of air breaking was heard, and one after another, sharp arrows hit the horseman's face that was attacked by the flames. Not every arrow could hit the center of the horseman's forehead, but they didn't miss either. All the arrows were aimed at the horseman's face, which showed the archery skills of the person who shot them. Finally, after a round of attacks, the figure who shot arrows stopped. At this time, she was standing on the roof of the house closest to them. Under the reflection of the moonlight and the flames, the girl who was holding a hunting bow and wearing a long dress raised the bow again, put the last arrow and aimed. The bowstring instantly contracted, and the last arrow in the quiver directly shot through the eyes of a horseman. "It's her. Jean. It's Jacques' daughter." At this time Mr. Assaix raised his head and looked at the girl under the moonlight in a daze. He couldn't even connect the girl who saved them with her dress of the upper-class society. "Jean, how could you?" Mr. Jacques was about to say something at this time, but the girl rushed to say first, "Father, now is not the time to talk about this. Hurry up and stay away. This group of horsemen is coming up." "What? Aren't they?" Mr. Jacques was shocked. He looked back and saw that the flames on these horsemen had been extinguished. Although these horsemen were almost thrown off their horses, they didn't seem to feel pain at this time. Even those who were shot in the face could still stand up. Facing the horsemen who were approaching again, the girl suddenly retreated and hid in the blind spot of the people on the roof. At this time, the girl quickly tore her long dress from the edge of her thigh and then reached inside. Instantly, a long stone sword was taken out from her dress. Holding the stone sword in her hand, the girl took a deep breath and walked to the place where she stood just now. She held the stone sword in her hand, sword of victory, high. "I saw a miracle." The girl's clear voice sounded under the night sky. "I also saw Saint Michael. Faith will guide me and bring hope to people. The holy light will guide me until the evil is destroyed, because I'm the pure white Saint Sword envoy." Instantly, a dazzling light was released from the stone sword and turned into a light beam that shot into the sky. The flashing light not only illuminated the entire village, but also the fields and mountains near the village. In the village, the dazzling light passed through the open doors and windows and invaded each house at the same time. At this moment, in the house that was used to house the foreigners, when the light appeared and the girl's voice echoed, the servant girl's perfect appearance suddenly twitched uncontrollably. The etiquette behind her seemed to be on the verge of breaking down at any moment. She even held her forehead with one hand and sighed heavily. "I shouldn't have come, really. This is really—" The servant girl suddenly had a feeling of social death. She turned her head and looked at Kalili, who had lost her main consciousness because of the awakening of the destiny system. Kalili had become muddle-headed. She was thinking about this problem. "I should just forget about it and not install a machine for this servant girl. I'm the pure white Saint Sword envoy." The girl's last words were like a chant. After the light beam from Sword of Victory disappeared, the clouds in the sky revealed a piece of holy white light. Under the holy light, a huge light shadow appeared in the sky. At this moment, the light shadow held a long sword with both hands and slowly spread out the wings behind it. 6 wings. My God, it's an angel. Saint Michael. It's really Saint Michael. I didn't believe it before, but now I believe it. Miracle, it's really a miracle. In the distance, the villagers of Donnermy village who were evacuating all knelt on the ground and put their palms together when they saw the huge angel's light shadow under the night sky. At this moment, they were worshipping it devoutly. In the village, seeing the girl summoning the angel's light shadow, the young militia also knelt down and worshipped it devoutly under the holy light. Mr. Jacques didn't move. He just froze and looked at his daughter, who was holding the stone sword high with a complicated expression. On the other side, Nan Shannon frowned and was thinking. Mr. Asakes looked as if he had seen a ghost, murmuring to himself, "Angel, blazing angel, Saint Michael. Isn't it the one in Blazing Sky City? So, is this place under the jurisdiction of Blazing Sky City? Where is this place? Holy light." At this moment, Mr. Asakes also felt it. It was basically the same as the holy light he had felt from the saint statue in the limited number of times he had been in the City of Freedom. However, the appearance of the holy light and the angel's light shadow didn't make the crazy Burgundian cavalry retreat. Instead, under the illumination of the holy light, this group of mutated cavalry became even crazier. They roared at the sky as if they wanted to ascend to the heavens, as if they wanted to kill the angel, as if they wanted to destroy the holy light. The angel was furious. It waved its sword in the sky and slashed horizontally. A huge sword light swept down, and the Burgundian cavalry in the village were instantly annihilated under this huge sword light. Shrill cries seemed to echo, but after the sword light passed, everything in front of them disappeared, leaving only a huge crack on the ground. The cavalry that had almost wiped out the entire village disappeared from this world with a single blow from the angel's shadow. The power of the miracle made the pious look on the faces of the people more and more intense. The girl holding the sword of victory on the roof of the building now had a rosy face. She slowly exhaled, and the angel's light shadow in the sky slowly disappeared. In the end, only pieces of white feathers that emitted a faint light sprinkled down from the sky. The girl reached out and picked up a feather that fell into her palm. The feather became like a snowflake and disappeared with a touch. The girl took a deep breath, looked at the people, and said loudly, "From today onwards, you can call me Saint Joan of Arc. I am the agent of Saint Michael, and I will lead you to drive the brutal Burgundians back to the origin of their ancestors." The people cheered and shouted the name of Saint Joan of Arc. At the farm of Donnermy village, the windmill observation platform used to grind flour, Boss Luo was holding a piece of charcoal in his hand and drawing something on the drawing paper on the rack. He was painting Donnermy village from this angle. He was painting the huge shadow of the angel under the night sky. He was painting the girl standing on the balcony with her sword raised high. He was still painting the girl's expression, making it seem very lifelike. It feels a little off," he said softly, then waved his hand. The angel's shadow in the painting disappeared just like that. Boss Luo probably felt satisfied with this, so there was a smile on his face. Chapter 2084. A group of people gathered together to celebrate the defeat of the Burgundian cavalry. Although the village was still severely damaged this time, the sword of the angel almost flattened 1/5 of the village, but it was a victory. For the first time, under the attack of the Burgundian cavalry, Donnermy village not only survived the crisis, but also won an unprecedented victory. More importantly, the appearance of Saint Joan of Arc brought the power of a miracle, and she also brought hope. The destroyed parts could be rebuilt, and the future would be better. There was no reason not to cheer. The villagers clustered around the young girl. Even the village chief, Charles, was cautiously accompanying her and talking with her, his head half lowered throughout the whole process. The villagers spontaneously took out food, treasured wine, and lit a bonfire, waiting for the arrival of a new day. "Eat something." Nan Shannon brought a small plate of food and a cup of farm-brewed fruit wine to Mr. Arthasius' side and sat down. Actually, they had already returned to the guest house and met with the servant girl once. However, The servant girl used the reason that she needed to study the symptoms of Mr. Ludick and Mr. Ludick as an excuse to decline the celebration in the village. Nan Xiaonan didn't want to stay in the small room, so she came with Asakes to join in the fun. Then they found that they seemed to be unable to integrate into the joy of the villagers. Actually, it seems pretty good to watch these villagers celebrate like this. Mr. Asakes looked at the bonfire in front of him. I remember the experience when I traveled with my teacher. It feels fulfilling. Nan Xiaonan blinked her eyes. With a trace of curiosity, she asked, "Boss Arthashis, why did you rush out to rescue Mr. Jacques and the others without a care?" If Arthashis hadn't appeared with the wooden cart, Mr. Jacques and the others would have probably died before St. Joan of Arc appeared. Mr. Asakes said casually, "When you were in the mansion, your companions also stood up bravely. Why can't I?" Nan Xiaonan opened her mouth. What he said made sense. She was speechless. Besides, with the moral standards of the residents of the Holy Light Kingdom, there was nothing wrong with this behavior of risking one's life to save others. Like hell, I'll believe you. The demoness of the other world academies could still tell if she was speaking from the bottom of her heart. At this moment, Nan Xiaonan took out a book in front of the boss of Arthashis. "What is this?" Asakes asked curiously. Nan Xiaonan placed the booklet in front of the Arthashis' boss. "Weren't you curious about what kind of travel guide we read before we found a rose mansion that's about to close down? This is it. Lady Nan really knows how to poke at people's wounds." Mr. Asakes shook his head. He took the travel brochure from the other party's hand and casually flipped open the title page. He saw the author's name in the column. His expression also had a subtle change at this moment. He suddenly raised his eyes and looked at Nan Xiaonan. This is... Nan Xiaonan hinted with her eyes. She looked at the young girl in the crowd who was surrounded by people. In the end, all of this is just a coincidence. Or is there a secret that no one knows? Mr. Asakes looked dignified and continued to open the travel brochure, carefully reading it. Nan Xiaonan didn't speak, silently waiting for his reaction. After a while, Mr. Asakes slowly sighed and closed the travel brochure. He thought for a while and said, "This travel brochure did mention Rose Mansion, but it was a mansion several generations ago. The same goes for the other introductions. If I'm not mistaken, this travel booklet introduced the Freedom City from at least 200 years ago." 200 years ago? Nan Xiaonan frowned. At least 200 years ago, maybe even earlier. Mr. Asakes shook his head and said, "I don't have any other information on hand, so I can't examine it carefully. Lady Nan, may I ask where you got this travel brochure?" Miss Maid casually threw it away. "I bought it from a roadside bookstall," Nan Xiaonan said in a low voice, and then added, "in the other 7 capital cities." "The other 7 capital cities?" Mr. Asakes couldn't help but frown. He thought for a while and said, "Perhaps it was the printed version that was leaked out from Freedom City. I remember my teacher once told me that Freedom City had a large-scale book destruction operation hundreds of years ago. Many classic documents were also destroyed at that time. Now there is no way to find them. But if it was spread to the other 7 capital cities at that time, it is possible to preserve it." "Books were destroyed?" Nan Xiaonan blinked. "Why?" Mr. Asakes thought for a while and said, "I heard that it was because a grand scholar at that time was studying the holy words and had an obscure misinterpretation of the words of the sage. Because this grand scholar was too famous, he affected many scholars at that time and also influenced other people's works. Therefore, in order to maintain the correctness of the holy words, Freedom City launched a large-scale book burning operation. Most of the scholars who misinterpreted the holy words were arrested, especially the grand scholar who was the leader. Later, after a trial, he was determined to be a heretic. His family was also judged to be the bloodline of sinners and were all expelled from Freedom City." Nan Xiaonan said in surprise, "So the Freedom City also had a tyrannical side in the past. How can this be called a cruel rule? Mr. Asakes shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Don't you know how much of an impact heresy has on faith? The foundation of the Holy Light Kingdom is faith. Once it is eroded by heresy and loses faith, how can the residents of the Holy Light Kingdom survive? You have hands and feet. Can't you live without praying?" Nan Shaonan didn't say this out loud. The residents of the Holy Light Kingdom believed that they couldn't live without faith. Just look at the city lord of Durand City who went crazy because he couldn't accept that he couldn't pray. Looking at the righteous Asakes, Nan Shaonan decided to go one step further. She directly said, "However, Mr. Asakes, you seem to belong to the type of people who can't pray. Miss Maid in the Mansion is the same. Aren't you living well?" Asakes was shocked, but he didn't show it on his face. He said in surprise, "Lady Nan, your joke isn't funny. It's good that you said this in this strange place. If you casually said this in Freedom City, it will affect Kay or Lily's life. Be careful with your words. Be careful with your words." Nan Shaonan nodded apologetically and lowered her head to eat. They acted as if they didn't discuss this problem. After a while, an unexpected but reasonable person appeared in front of them. Mr. Jacques. "Mr. Jacques, why did you ask me to come out alone?" Asakes looked at this village's farm owner with complicated emotions. Vaguely, he saw some familiar features on this Mr. Jacques' face. This Mr. Jacques' nose looked a bit similar to his grandfather's. "First of all, I want to thank you for stepping forward and saving us," Mr. Jacques slowly said. "If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to wait for Jean to appear. It's a small matter. Asakes didn't care. I discussed with Charles and the others, and we decided to send out most of our men to search for your city, Lord Durand." Mr. Jacques continued. Mr. Asakes nodded. He wasn't too surprised. It was hard to repay a favor. He had saved many people, and it would be unreasonable if the people of Donnermy Village didn't help him search. Perhaps when he saved them he had the same thought. Part of it. Also, Mr. Jacques looked deeply at Asakes and said in a low voice, "Why did you save me? In that environment, you had a high chance of dying. Those monsters were too scary." Arthashes didn't use the same excuse he used on Nan Shaonan. He just smiled bitterly and said, "If I say that even I don't know why I did it, I just did it at that time, would you believe me?" "I believe you," Mr. Jacques said directly. "Your eyes told me that you didn't say anything. Asakes, you're also a brave man. I hope we can become friends and have the opportunity to be honored by your bravery. We'll be friends. Perhaps we will be staying here for a long time. Having a friend is something to be happy about." Artha smiled and said, "Perhaps we will be staying here for a long time." Mr. Jacques patted Arthashes' shoulder. "There's one more thing. I want to invite you and your companions to stay in my house for the time being. After all, it's not convenient for you to stay in the guest house all the time. Besides, you have 2 patients. I've already asked the village doctor to prepare. He'll come to my house tomorrow morning." "That's great." Asakes nodded. Ludic and Durand's assistants did indeed need a good environment to recuperate. Mr. Jacques was the richest person in the village. Not only was his house big, he also had servants. Many things would be convenient for him. "What did Mr. Jacques say to you?" When they returned, Nan Shaonan looked at Asakes and asked, "Nothing. Mr. Jacques is very hospitable. He wants to invite us to his house as guests." Asakes casually said, "He also found a doctor and agreed to form a search team tomorrow morning to help find Durand. It's probably because you saved them." Nan Shaonan nodded. "I can imagine. Oh, right, I have a question for you. Did you see Laval?" "Laval isn't. Laval." Asakes was startled. Only then did he remember that he didn't see Laval along the way. After the battle, they returned to the guest house and did not see Laval. They thought that Laval had also come out to participate in the village's celebration. "All right, Nan Xiaonan thought for a moment and said, "It seems that we don't even know when Mr. Laval went missing." Asakes subconsciously said, "Laval is Ludic's private secretary. He never leaves his side with Ludic's condition. He can't be too far away. Maybe he had something to do and went out for a while. That's why." Nan Xiaonan said, "Our situation is the same. We came to this strange place. Do you think Laval has something to do that made him have to leave for a while? Could it be that he suffered a mental breakdown because he couldn't pray like Durand? I'll walk around the village and look for him." Asakes quickly said, "Lady Nan, are you coming to help?" "I'm just full." Nan Xiaonan stood up and stretched. "I'll treat it as a post-meal digestion exercise. Laval! Laval! Mr. Laval, it's morning. Wake up!" Shouts sounded in the village. The two of them had met a few times in the village, but they didn't find Laval in the end. There was one time when they met. After shaking their heads, they decided to search one more time. After that, they went in different directions. Their voices also gradually faded away. The place where they met this time was beside a dry well in the village. There were traces of the Burgundian cavalry's attack all around, and some of the houses had even collapsed. The villagers were still celebrating, and no one came to clean up the mess for the time being. A faint orange red light suddenly flashed in the dry well. At this moment, there was a figure under the dry well. His hands were scratching the soil and stones in the dry well. There were many small cracks on his body. The faint orange-red light came from the cracks on his skin. When the calling sound disappeared due to the distance, he suddenly became quiet again. His body curled up and shivered. When dawn came, he suddenly stopped moving as if he had turned into a stone. The cracks on his body had closed up. The deep part of the old well was completely dark. They all looked at her and wanted to hear her voice. The girl suddenly felt troubled. She didn't know what she was going to say. She had only thought of the lines she was going to say before she made her move. This was the best line she could think of. The most important thing was that it wasn't shameful. Most of the villagers were passionate. The passionate girl didn't even have the chance to talk to her family. The sky was slightly bright. The girl took the opportunity to say, "A new day has come. After a night of fear and joy, we need to rest to recover from the physical fatigue. The village needs to be rebuilt. Let's end the celebration. Yes, Saint Joan of Arc is right. Let's go back and have a good rest, then rebuild our home." The crowd gradually dispersed. The young girl slowly exhaled. She suddenly found that such a scene was actually not as good as she imagined. Even after the initial excitement, she felt a little uncomfortable. She didn't know where her father was. After the celebration began, she didn't see her father's figure. The young girl looked around and found another figure under the eaves not far away. He stood under the eaves, and the shadow covered almost half of his body. He stood there and looked at her silently. It was the fiancé that her father found. Her heart trembled slightly, and her body subconsciously walked toward the figure under the eaves. She didn't know why, but she felt that as long as this person stood there, it would make people want to get closer, closer. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS1. Thank you, Shake Body Transformation. Boss's brother Faye. Winter snow soaring in the sky. As long as there is a peanut. I can only offer my hands to Cutie Cutie. PS2. I can't believe so many people came at once. Although thoughts can sometimes erupt like spring water, people will also dry up when there's a lot of water. PS3, 0/4, PS4, as usual. Chapter 2085. Her body leaned forward, slightly due to inertia. When she came back to her senses, she realized that she had unknowingly trotted to the front of the figure under the eaves. The sword of victory in her arms seemed to have added a lot of weight to the inertia. "When did you come back?" The girl asked. "When the cavalry attacked. Were you injured?" "I don't think I look like I'm injured." Boss Luo replied with a smile. "That's true." The girl nodded. "Your swordsmanship is very, well, not bad. It shouldn't be a problem for you to protect yourself. So you came back a long time ago? Why did my father say that he didn't see you? Mr. Jacques should be very busy. Boss Luo said casually, might as well not disturb him. She naturally reached out and grabbed Boss Luo's hand and pulled him away. Come, I'll take you to see my father. He must want to see you come back safely. She couldn't pull Boss Luo away. The girl looked back in confusion. Boss Luo said, I'll find a suitable time to visit Mr. Jacques again. For now, I want to meet up with my companions. The girl was startled. You've been back for so long, and you haven't met up with your companions? Boss Luo smiled. Miss Jean's figure when she defeated the cavalry was too shocking. I couldn't help but watch for a while, so I didn't have time. Here it comes, the city man's sweet words. The girl took a deep breath and suppressed the uneasiness in her heart. She was now the representative of miracle. She had to be reserved. That's right, she had to be reserved. Well, if that's the case, then you should go and see your companions first. The girl said calmly they should be in the house over there. It's a place for foreigners. Oh, you don't know the way, right? I'll reluctantly take you there. Thank me. Thank you, Miss Jean. The girl was slightly proud and led the way in front. After a while, she suddenly turned back and asked, By the way, I heard that you have a lot of maids in your house? All of them are young and beautiful? Boss Luo said in surprise, I wonder where that young lady heard about it. Why do you care where I heard it from? The girl said indifferently, Just answer me, did you hear it or not? I don't think so. Boss Luo thought for a moment and said, But in fact there are a few female employees. As for their appearance as their employer, I think I should give them some recognition. Men. Sure enough, he was the same as the young masters of the upper class that her father had described. The girl suddenly felt a little unhappy, but she gradually increased her pace. Soon, she had left Boss Luo behind. She suddenly stopped in front of them. When Boss Luo walked up to her, she pointed at a house in front of them. It's over there. The girl said indifferently, I'm a little tired. I want to go home and rest. You can go by yourself. Boss Luo said, Since you know it's here, let me send Miss Jana home first. I think this is what a man should do. I don't need protection. The girl said indifferently, I don't need your protection either. I'm the messenger of Saint Michael. No one can hurt the messenger of God. That's it. Then at least take this with you. Boss Luo took off his jacket and handed it to her. What for? The girl shook her head and her expression softened a little. I'm not cold. Boss Luo smiled and said, If you're not cold, you can put it on for a while. It'll be more convenient. Convenient? The girl frowned and looked at Boss Luo in confusion. Boss Luo's gaze seemed to move down a little. The girl looked down and saw her torn dress. Her dress was torn during the battle for convenience. After the battle, the villagers saw her as the incarnation of God. They didn't dare to look at her directly, and they didn't have any thoughts of profanity. She also sat down most of the time, so there was nothing wrong with it. But now, didn't that mean that this fellow had been staring the entire way? Thank you, the young girl replied softly. She quickly took her coat and draped it around her waist, covering the area where her skirt had split open. Miss Jana, take care. Boss Luo nodded. See you later. I'll go back first. The girl ran away with Sword of Victory in her arms. When she was far away, she turned back and said, See you later. He watched her figure disappear in the village and then turned around and walked toward the guest house. When he was about to arrive at the guest house, someone stood under the eaves with an oil lamp in his hand. The light from the oil lamp illuminated the road ahead. Welcome back. Miss Maid's voice sounded in the quiet dawn. Boss Luo smiled. I hope you'll always be waiting for me to light the lamp for me. Master, you're getting better at saying sweet nothings. Miss Maid suddenly chuckled. I can't stay where I am. Luocho chuckled and then walked into the guest house. In the house, except for Ludic, who was awake but unconscious, and the male assistant, who was still lying motionlessly, Miss Maid of Rose Mansion seemed to have fallen asleep and was lying on the table. In fact, when Asakes and Nan Xiaonan came back, Kay or Lily was already lying on the table. At that time, Asakes thought Kay or Lily was too tired to wake her up, so he didn't wake her up. Instead, he went to the village celebration with Nan Xiaonan. "What are you doing?" Boss Luo looked at the pile of things on the table. To be precise, it was a pile of things that only he could see. In the eyes of others, there was only a pile of paper on the table. "I'm trying to unlock the destiny system on Kay or Lily." Miss Maid sat down at this time, extract it, and study the updated version of the destiny system during the years when I wasn't in Freedom City. Boss Luo blinked and said in surprise, "The destiny system can be updated?" "Of course, it needs to be updated." Miss Maid thought for a while and said, "After all, this is a system developed by the heavenly state to adapt to the heavenly state. But it's more difficult to develop an original ecosystem that completely matches the heavenly state situation. So, like most systems, it will constantly find loopholes and solve these loopholes through continuous updates." Boss Luo said calmly, "You also participated in the development of the destiny system in the past, right?" Miss Maid smiled and said, "In the past, they thought that I liked to tinker with novel things, so they thought of me to do some chores. But besides me, there were a few other developers of the destiny system. Later on, after I left, it was mainly them." Boss Luo picked up Kay or Lily's destiny system and thought for a while. "It's been so long, will it be difficult?" "There will be some," Miss Maid said seriously, "but the core algorithm hasn't changed much. Over the years, the destiny system didn't seem to have a big breakthrough, so the work of unlocking it should be quite easy." Boss Luo said, "So, the reason why Miss Kay or Lily can't pray and produce willpower is because her destiny system is locked." "Why is it locked?" Miss Maid said, "I haven't passed the background check yet. Once I open the background check, the other developers will know. So, I can only use other ways. It will take some time. You don't want them to know that you're back." Boss Luo looked at Miss Maid and asked. Miss Maid said calmly, "I don't care about what they think. I'll try not to expose myself unless the master has a clear intention to take action." "Then you don't have to care about what they think." Boss Luo said casually, "The background check has been opened. They will know if they know. At most, I'll take back the kingdom of heaven." Miss Maid's mouth couldn't help but open slightly, looking at her master's calm appearance. What did it mean to take back the kingdom of heaven? It meant that in the mythical side of the entire dimensional void, everything that belonged to the kingdom of heaven would face. "Why are you looking at me like this?" Boss Luo smiled and said, "The renter doesn't want to rent it anymore, so he won't renew the lease at the end of the lease period. Taking it back is not a very normal thing." Miss Maid was silent for the first time. Boss Luo gently picked up her palm. "Actually, you don't want to write?" Miss Maid's eyes flickered, but she suddenly shook her head. "I'm just thinking that if the master wants to take back the kingdom of heaven, heaven will probably have to bleed this time to save the situation. This method is not bad. The rent of the kingdom of heaven hasn't changed, so there is indeed room for price increase." Boss Luo shook his head. He stood up, picked up the papers on the table, and knocked them on the table. After knocking them neatly, he smiled and said, "Sit properly." Miss Maid was stunned, but she had already sat down. Her sitting posture was perfect. Boss Luo put the folded draft papers on top of Miss Maid's head. 1 hour. Well, half an hour is enough. Yu Yi, let's play a game of punishment. Miss Maid didn't move, and the draft papers on top of her head didn't move at all. Boss Luo bent down, got close to Miss Maid's ear, and sniffed her fragrance. "I originally wanted to punish you by standing, but I'm afraid I will do something if you stand, so I'd better sit down. If it's a punishment to stand, the master will want to do something." Her breath was like orchids, but the draft papers on top of her head didn't sway at all. "You'll know sooner or later. Boss Luo took a deep breath on Miss Maid's neck, his hands pressed on her shoulders, and then gently kneaded, "Don't move." The master is really starting to have bad intentions. With that, Miss Maid sighed lightly and opened Kay Air Lily's destiny system again. Without hesitation, she not only opened Kay Air Lily's destiny system, but also directly opened the backstage of the Holy Light Kingdom's destiny system through it. She was one of the designers, so she naturally had a special channel that belonged to her alone. They should have thought of closing this channel, but obviously they didn't do it. So she came back, in the world bathed in holy light. "She's back," a low voice sounded. Yes, she's back. It was a female voice. She finally came back. It was a sigh. 10 shooting stars flashed in the night sky. In the quiet night, perhaps only stargazers could find the flashes of shooting stars, but the observatory didn't say that there would be shooting stars tonight. The stargazers planned to wait for more shooting stars, but they didn't encounter any shooting stars for the rest of the night. The shooting stars seemed to be heading to the Saint City of Orleans, right? At the end of the shooting stars, in front of the Freedom Square of Orleans, the Saint City of Orleans, 10 figures welcomed at the same time. At this time, the 10 figures knelt down in front of the statue of the saint and piously prayed. Soon they stood up. They were the 10 holy angels led by Bertrand. They were the 10 holy angels with the highest ranks in the Wings of Freedom Legion. "Bertrand, where are we going to see the saintess?" After praying, one of the holy angels asked directly, "The saintess hasn't returned to the Wings of Liberty Legion for a long time. Why did she summon us this time?" "Bertrand, you are the one who initiated this meeting. Don't you know anything about it?" Holy Angel Bertrand shook his head and said, "We will know soon. The saintess is here." At the same time, the 10 holy angels sensed something, and they looked up almost at the same time. At this moment, there was a woman standing on the pedestal of the saint statue. She was wearing a black evening gown and had a charming smile on her face under the night sky. Holy Angel Bertrand greets the saintess. Bertrand bowed first, and the other holy angels followed him. Holy angels of the Wings of Liberty. Under the contrast of the black dress, Sage's skin was as white and flawless as snow. The charming smile on her face became even more pronounced. "How long has it been since I last saw you, my most loyal subordinates? I miss you very much." All the holy angels, including Bertrand, looked as if they had seen a ghost at this moment. Generally speaking, the more formal and courteous the saintess spoke to them, the more likely it was for them to face some sort of danger. In the words of a certain holy angel, even if they were hung up and smoked, it would be a piece of cake for them. Holy Angel Bertrand could only brace himself and ask, "Saintess, may I know why the saintess summoned us?" "Holy angels of the Wings of Liberty, are you willing to wave your swords at everything for me?" The saintess asked softly. "We are willing." The 10 holy angels didn't hesitate at all. "Then, from now on, wave your swords." The saintess smiled and said, "Cut down Saint Michael. From the heavenly kingdom's heaven rank for me." "Saintess?" Holy Angel Bertrand suddenly looked up. "Looking at the situation, this is really a very bad situation. Compared to this, hanging him up and smoking his tears is really a small matter." Swinging their swords at Saint Michael wasn't a problem. The problem was that even if 100 holy angels swung their swords at him, they wouldn't be able to defeat him, not to mention that there were only 10 of them. Hashtag, 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 hashtag Kyuj. XYZ, hashtag, 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 hashtag PS. 1/4. Chapter 2086. Killing the Archangel from the stairs of the Kingdom of Heaven would probably be one of the worst deeds in the history of the Kingdom of Heaven if it could be done. But there was no possibility of success at all. The 10 holy angels were silent at this time. They basically wouldn't disobey the orders of the saintess. But the saintess had also said that if her orders were unreasonable, they could refute. As the commander of the Wings of Liberty Holy Angel Legion, the Saintess didn't hesitate and gave all the holy angels the right to resist. If it's wrong, you should refute me. If it's depraved, you should purify me. This was the essence of the Wings of Liberty Holy Angel Legion. They were the wind of freedom that spread the holy light, and everything was guided by the wind of freedom. Therefore, they respected and loved the Saintess from the depths of their souls. Without the Saintess, even though the Wings of Liberty Holy Angel Legion was still the most powerful legion in the kingdom of heaven, it had no soul. I'm afraid it's impossible to do this. Holy Angel Bertrand shook his head at this time. Saintess, this joke is not funny and it's a bit too much. Please be careful with your words. The Saintess not only gave the holy angels the right to resist, but she also gave them the right to be whipped. This was a special management mode that only the Wings of Liberty had among the many legions in the kingdom of heaven. On the base of the saint statue, the Saintess looked calm and said slowly, Bertrand, you think that what I said is impossible, so I'm definitely wrong, right? Bertrand also said calmly, Yes, Saintess. Besides, we don't have a reason to kill that person. Saintess, don't forget that that person is your guide. Let's not talk about the reason first. The Saintess chuckled and said, Let's first discuss the possibility of this matter. You don't have the confidence to complete this mission, right? Holy Angel Bertrand shook his head. Saint Michael is close to the Lord and we can't hurt him. Saintess, you're joking again. The Saintess sat down and held the edge of the base with both hands. Her legs were crossed in the skirt. Indeed, in a head-on confrontation, not many people can hurt the guy who is close to the Lord. But what if it's not a head-on confrontation? Bertrand's expression changed instantly, and the 9 holy angels behind him showed a frightened expression. Looks like you've thought of it. The Saintess smiled and said, That's right. I'm talking about assassination. Bertrand's expression changed a few times. He lowered his head and didn't look at the saint's eyes. Instead, he muttered, Assassination methods can indeed increase the success rate, but it's just an increase from 0 to an infinitesimal chance. The other 9 holy angels didn't say anything. What Bertrand wanted to say was what they were thinking. The sage waited quietly as well. But the opportunity does exist. The next step is to analyze whether the motive is reasonable. Bertrand suddenly looked up at the saint. Saintess, can you tell us the reason for this operation? If I say that I don't intend to tell you the reason, Sage said expressionlessly, will you continue with this operation? Bertrand said directly, I'm sorry, Saintess. This is against the rules you set before. I'm afraid we can't do anything. Saint looked at the holy angels and said, Does this mean that I can no longer command my wings of freedom? Bertrand frowned subconsciously. The Saintess wouldn't speak in this tone. It was just that the Saintess had been living in the Freedom City of the Holy Light Kingdom for many years. During this long period of time, no one knew if the Saintess had changed. We need a reason to leave, Bertrand said seriously. Saintess, you know the uniqueness of the Wings of Freedom Legion. Whether this operation succeeds or not, it will bring the Wings of Freedom into an extremely dangerous situation. Brothers won't be afraid of death, but we need a reason. Saintess, even if you intend to betray the kingdom of heaven, it's also a reason. Saint's eyes narrowed, and she said in a low voice, If I really want to betray the kingdom of heaven, will you follow me? Do you think it's right? The holy angel's expressions changed in shock. Saint took a deep breath and said, The Lord has left to pursue the primordial. That is to say, the Lord has abandoned the kingdom of heaven. Now, the one in the kingdom of heaven is not the Lord. What? The archangel has been hiding this matter. Although he is close to the Lord, he is not the Lord. Saint's voice gradually deepened. But he already hopes to become the new Lord. I can't let his plan succeed. Even if the kingdom of heaven will be in turmoil, even if countless sacrifices have to be made, I must maintain the purity of faith and not let it be stolen. Do you have evidence? Holy Angel Bertrand couldn't help but take a step forward, looking excited. I'll give you the evidence. Saint waved her hand, and a figure instantly flew out and fell in front of the holy angels. After taking a closer look, they found that it was an angel in the form of a female. This is Angel Jarabe? Bertrand was stunned. She is one of the most loyal angels around, Saint Michael. How could she? This time, Saint Michael secretly came in the name of investigating the Holy Light Kingdom's power of will. Saint said calmly, Jarabe came to assassinate me under his instructions. The purpose is to kill or imprison me, then replace me and steal the entire Freedom City. How is it possible? The holy angels were shocked. There's nothing impossible about it. Saint said calmly, I've found out that Saint Michael has been secretly creating a substitute who can replace me for many years. Once Jarabe successfully assassinates me, the one who appears in front of you again will no longer be the original me. Not only Freedom City, but the other 7 capitals of the Holy Light Kingdom also have similar arrangements. This time his arrival will be the opportunity for him to completely control the Holy Light Kingdom. Bertrand took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Although they were called holy angels, the holy angels of the wings of freedom were fundamentally different from the angels of the kingdom of heaven. They died in the war, and their souls ascended to the kingdom of heaven with the saintess. In the end, they were reincarnated into holy angels, not angels born in the kingdom of heaven's holy pool. Not only were they born with genders, but they also retained some of the emotions they had when they were humans. They had emotions, and they were also more prone to degeneration than regular angels. Saint's words shocked the holy angels, but they maintained the most basic calmness. Therefore, Bertrand came directly in front of Angel Jarabe. Saint waved his hand and said, Supreme command! The unconscious Angel Jarabe on the ground began to disintegrate again, and the soul light hidden in the depths of his body was exposed to the holy angels. Supreme command! Only the highest figures in the 7 capitals of the Holy Light Kingdom had this authority. The holy angels did not doubt the supreme command of Saint. At this moment, the holy angels gathered in front of Angel Jarabe's soul light with solemn expressions, and they reached out to touch Angel Jarabe's soul light at the same time. This place contained the memories of Angel Jarabe, just like the destiny diary of the residents of the Holy Light Kingdom. After a moment, unexpectedly, I didn't expect that even the one who is close to the Lord would be corrupted by power, that one's power is too strong. The Lord has already left Eden and stepped onto the path of the beginning. It's inevitable that he will. No matter what, even if it's this Lord, since he wants to murder the saintess and replace her with a substitute, he must be prepared to be burned by the red lotus holy flame. Unforgivable. This matter needs to be considered at length. If that Lord is so easy to kill, his legend wouldn't have stood to this day. Saint silently listened to the holy angel's discussion. At this moment, she was quiet and dignified, and the charming aura from before had completely disappeared. At this moment, she looked completely in line with the bearing of a saint. After the holy angel's opinions gradually reached a consensus, Saint slowly said, You need to wait for an opportunity, and I will create this opportunity for you. Not only will you make a move, but I will too. I will always be with you, my former companions. We will also be with the saintess. The holy angels knelt down and said, Their pious beliefs made the statue of the saint in Freedom Square instantly release a brilliant light. Under the cover of the statue's brilliance, Saint was bathed in a layer of holy light. They knew that their beliefs were still there, and their prayers had reached the heart of the saintess. At this moment, Saintess waved her hand and made the holy angels stop praying. Your appearance is a secret, so don't make too much noise. From today onward, you will temporarily stop praying every day. As long as you have something in your heart, Even if you don't pray formally, I can still hear your thoughts." The holy angels nodded. Since they were going to act in secret, it was indeed not appropriate to make too much noise. If they prayed in the Holy Light Kingdom, they would indeed make too much noise. "I will arrange a new identity for you. Wait for my orders." Yes, Saint. It was night in Freedom City, and it was also night in the rest of the 7 capitals. The entire Holy Light Kingdom's time was the same, from sunrise to sunset. This meant that they all lived on the same day that the Lord had created, and then they all experienced the 7 days of creation together, which was 1 week. Maria's scenery was different from Freedom City's heavily commercialized appearance. This was a livable place. It was like spring all year round, and the scenery was picturesque, in front of a monastery that was built on the back of a cliff. "Wait for me here." "Yes, master." Angel Londo nodded and turned around to look at the scenery outside. At the same time, he was observing the surroundings. He had to protect his master's safety. With his master's power, there were very few people in the world who could hurt him. Soon, the white-clothed young man walked into the monastery on the cliff. The monastery was very simple, and he didn't see anyone on the way. He passed through one door after another and finally arrived at the monastery's church. There was only one nun, who was praying alone in front of the rainbow-colored window. The white-clothed young man didn't disturb this nun's prayer. Instead, he silently sat down on the bench on the left side. He put his hands on his forehead and prayed simply. Time slowly passed. Suddenly, the nun in the church called out softly, "Mia!" "What's the matter?" The white-clothed young man slowly opened his eyes. The nun continued to whisper, "I've been kneeling for too long, and my legs are numb. Can you come and help me? I can't stand up." Even though the white-clothed young man was a legend who fought in various small worlds all year round, he couldn't help but have a strange expression on his face. He shook his head and said indifferently, "Then you don't need to get up. Just sit there." "How cruel!" The white-clothed young man got straight to the point. "Maria, I was injured on the front line. The external injuries should be healed, but I suspect that there are still internal injuries on my body. I want you to take a look at them." The nun turned her head in surprise. It was the image of a young girl, but she had a proud figure that would make a mature woman sigh. The Virgin, a woman who gave birth to the Holy Son with her virginity. The residents of Maria's city didn't know that the Holy Mother had been living in this simple monastery all this time, and she was alone. There was no way to go down the cliff, and there was no foothold to climb. It was like a cage. "You're injured." The nun had a look of disbelief on her face. "It should be the work of the Eastern immortals." The white-clothed young man said indifferently, "Every time we fight with heaven, we always encounter some trouble." The nun shook her head and said, "Fighting is wrong. Isn't it good to sit down and eat buns, shake hands, and be good friends?" The white-clothed young man was silent. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "Only with enough willpower and the support of the world's origin, Father can go further on the path of origin. This is Father's wish." The nun rubbed her legs and slowly propped herself up. She gradually came to the front of the white-clothed youth. She reached out her hand and wiped the white-clothed youth's forehead. She smiled and said, "Among so many children, you are the most obedient me-er." The white-clothed young man was expressionless. "Is there something wrong with my body?" "I haven't started yet," the nun said slowly. The white-clothed young man slowly exhaled and simply closed his eyes, allowing the nun's hand to touch his forehead. But at this moment, the white-clothed young man suddenly opened his eyes. His face instantly turned pale, and then he spat out another mouthful of golden blood. The nun dodged when the white-clothed young man moved. After spitting out the blood, the white-clothed young man said in a low voice, "My origin has been erased at least 30%. Meyer, who did you provoke?" The nun couldn't help but open her eyes wide. "To mess with you like this, you didn't go and convert someone's wife and daughter, right?" "How did he know?" "That guy who called himself Taoist Luya except for a strange secret weapon. Was he that powerful? The white-clothed young man took a deep breath and gradually calmed down the restless origin in his body. He asked with difficulty, "Maria, what's wrong with my body?" The nun smiled embarrassedly. I haven't finished yet. Meyer, wait, I'll finish soon. The nun quickly said, "But will you still spit out blood? Remember to tell me first when you do. I only have this set of clothes. It'll be troublesome if it gets dirty. I don't want to wash clothes." "Don't worry." The white-clothed young man suppressed his voice and said, "Even if I spit out blood, I'll swallow it. I won't dirty your clothes. Holy Mother above." Meyer is really a good child. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS as usual. Chapter 2087. Longdu sat under a rock outside the monastery. The young man in white had entered the monastery for longer than he had expected. So far, he hadn't heard anything. But he wasn't worried. He was worried about something else. A few ants appeared on his body. The ant had drilled out from a crack in the ground and slowly crawled all the way until it finally crawled onto his body and crawled onto his cheek. He was guessing when these ants would open their sharp teeth and bite down. When they bit him, he would have a reason to slap them down. More importantly, it would be enough to trample them to death. A slight prickling sensation came out of nowhere. Without saying a word, Langdo slapped himself in the face. At that moment, the door of the monastery slowly opened. Slap! The ants weren't hit. They fell to the ground. Longdu didn't have time to care about the ants. He hurried forward to welcome the young man in white. Only the young man in white walked out of the door. The one in the monastery didn't seem to want to show up. "Don't look," the young man in white said indifferently. "She can't leave this place easily." Longdu nodded. He knew some things, but he didn't know why they were like this. It wasn't something he could handle. When he was about to leave, he saw a figure in the attic of the monastery. Longdu turned around instinctively and saw the nun standing in the attic, waving a handkerchief in her hand as if she was saying, "Come here often." Longdu shook his head, trying to get rid of this scene from his mind. He looked at the young man in white and asked in a low voice, "My lord, you've done what you asked. You can say yes or no." The young man in white shook his head and said, "Let's go to the city of Dawn now." Longdu nodded. He didn't forget the purpose of this trip, to find out the truth behind the production of the illegal drugs. The young man in white stroked his chest. The words of the nun before he left still rang in his ears. I'll give you a mark of the goddess. It should be able to expel the strange power hidden in you. If it still can't be expelled, then you deserve to vomit blood. But I can't make up for the blood you spat out. You have to eat more to replenish your blood. Also, don't try to influence other people's wives and daughters again. You have to influence her husband first. You've already influenced the head of the family. So how far are you from influencing the entire family? The most important thing for a family was to be complete. What a nagging fellow, the white-clothed you thought. However, the loss of 30% of the origin source due to the second round of coughing up blood was not something that could be easily replenished. At the very least, the world sources of 10 subworlds would have to be extracted before it could be barely replenished. Could it be that something had happened to Dongermi village? His heart suddenly stirred. This was a thought that came to him on a whim. Shortly after dawn, Nan Xiaonan and Mr. Asakes returned with the news of Levi's disappearance. This directly dampened Mr. Asash's joy when he saw boss Luo return safely. Good news and bad news come one after another. I can't rest. By the way, Mr. Jacques invited us to stay in his house temporarily. When we meet later, I'm afraid that Mr. Jacques will have to add Laval's name to the search list. What I mean is, shouldn't we bring something when we visit him? It would be more appropriate. Mr. Asakes, what do you think is suitable? Nan Xiaonan asked casually. Although she was asking, she secretly and suspiciously glanced at Boss Luo and Miss Asakes. She wondered if these two guys did anything strange before she and Mr. Asakes came back. It was totally possible. After all, Ludic and the male assistant were unconscious. As for the maid, Kay Lily, the sun is shining on your butt. Wake up! Nan Xiaonan directly pushed the maid who was lying on her stomach and snoring. Ah, it's dawn. Oh no, I'm going to wipe the signboard. I don't want to have my salary deducted. The maid woke up and looked around in a daze. She was surrounded by people who looked at her. Mr. Arthashes rolled his eyes and pointed at his own lips. Only then did Kalili awkwardly wipe away the traces of water at the corner of her mouth. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the guest house. A young man with super short hair pushed the door and entered. Hello, my name is Bertrand. I'm Mr. Jacques, subordinate. I came here, according to Mr. Jacques, ordered to take you to his house. If you have any luggage, I can do it for you. Bertrand, sir. Miss Servant Girl suddenly shouted. The young man was a little surprised at this time. He didn't know why this beautiful lady called his name directly. He calmed down and said calmly, Yes, I'm Bertrand. Miss, how can I help you? Nothing. Miss Maid chuckled. I just want to remember Mr. Bertrand's name to strengthen my memory. I see. Although the young Bertrand was a little confused, he quickly nodded. He looked at everyone and said, Well, it's getting late. Please follow me. Mr. Jacques has already asked someone to start preparing lunch. He will personally receive all of you. We have 2 patients here, Mr. Asakes suddenly said. Bertrand said, This must be Mr. Asakes. Please rest assured, Mr. Jacques has already ordered, so I also brought a few people and transportation tools. Mr. Bertrand is very careful, Miss Maid said with a smile. Bertrand just smiled politely as a response. Soon, after some packing, Ludic and the male assistant were moved to a wooden cart used for transporting goods. It was pushed by people. Boss Luo and others, led by the young Bertrand, walked to Mr. Jacques' residence in the village. So, although Mr. Jacques is the owner of a farm, the farm doesn't look big? He's not a noble, so how can he have so much wealth? Not only did he build a big house in the village, but he also built the Rose Mansion on the other side of the forest. Nan Xiaonan suddenly lowered her voice at this time so that her voice could be heard by everyone. In fact, the strangest thing was the Rose Mansion. Rose Mansion was in the Free City. After coming to Remy's village, it still existed, but it was built by Mr. Jacques. Moreover, everyone in the village knew about this. You don't know? Bertrand turned around and looked at everyone curiously. Nan Xiaonan blinked as if she didn't care that Bertrand heard her words. She said, Mr. Bertrand, as foreigners, what do you think we know? You're right. Bertrand nodded and then said, Actually, this is because... Bertrand's voice suddenly stopped, and he looked at the road outside the village. Then he frowned slightly. Everyone looked over because of Bertrand's action. Not far away, dust rose, and they saw a group of cavalrymen riding their horses quickly. What's going on? Are the Burgundian cavalrymen here again? Kay Lily subconsciously grabbed Desaches's arm. It's not the Burgundian cavalrymen. Bertrand's serious expression suddenly disappeared, and then he showed a touch of joy. Do you see the flag they are holding high? That's the flag of the royal family. I can't be wrong. That's the royal emblem. You can't be wrong. How can a villager in a remote village recognize the royal family's flag? Nan Xiaonan immediately narrowed her eyes, but seeing that the boss and the servant girl didn't change their expressions, she didn't mention it. She just thought for a while and said, This group of cavalrymen seems to be heading towards Mr. Jacques' big house? Yes, that's the direction to Mr. Jacques' house. Bertrand nodded, and then he said quickly, Maybe something big happened. Everyone, let's speed up. For the rest of the journey, Bertrand looked anxious and didn't say anything. He took a short time to finish the rest of the journey and led the group to Mr. Jacques' big house. At this time, the group of cavalrymen holding the royal flag had already stopped in front of Mr. Jacques' mansion. When Bertrand let everyone in, they saw that Mr. Jacques had already led people to greet this group of cavalrymen in front of the door. Mr. Jacques noticed that Bertrand brought a few foreigners back, and he also saw the brave young man who saved him in the house. After giving Boss Luo a kind look, Mr. Jacques waved his hand quietly to let Bertrand take the guests to rest first. "Who are those people?" A man in his 30s and the cavalryman asked in a deep voice. The man was the leader of the cavalrymen, and he called himself York. In the kingdom he had the title of Baron. Mr. Jacques said calmly, "They are the workers of my family's farm. I called them to come and do some groceries." Baron York nodded casually and didn't care too much. Then he walked into the big house under Mr. Jacques' greeting. Baron York only brought 2 cavalrymen with him as his personal guards. The rest of the cavalrymen were standing outside the mansion. These cavalrymen were scattered around the mansion as if they were standing guard. In the hall, the maid served tea and then left with her head bowed. The maid just closed the door of the room where Mr. Jacques received guests, and suddenly she was shocked. Miss, what's wrong with you?" "Sure, don't talk. The kitchen seems to be calling you. Go and see." "Here, I'll take care of it." "Okay." The maid sighed and said, "Miss, it's up to you. I can't take care of it this time. You're too naggy." The girl stared at the maid and then said, "Remember to let the kitchen make lunch more sumptuous. We have to entertain guests at noon." The maid nodded and said, "I know, I won't neglect these cavalrymen. Baron, there is a baron here. Why would he come to such a remote place like ours? Really, will he take a fancy to our food here? I'm so worried. Who said to prepare food for these cavalrymen?" The girl snorted. The maid was startled and said suspiciously, "Not these cavalrymen." "Oh, I know, miss, you mean those foreigners. Go and do your work." Yes, I'll go now." The maid rolled her eyes and then directly put the tray of tea in the girl's hand. Then, "I'll leave this place to you, Miss Jenna." "Who's the master here?" The girl couldn't help but roll her eyes at this time. If it weren't for the fact that she had been taking care of Jean since he was young, her salary would be deducted. Watching the maid leave, the girl's eyes suddenly turned. She suddenly thought of a good idea. She hurriedly ran to the servants' room and changed into a set of maid's clothes. In the reception room, Mr. Jacques was sitting upright. Baron York was a bit more casual. As for the 2 cavalrymen who followed him into the room, they were standing behind Baron York, looking straight ahead. Although this is a remote place, the decoration here is quite elegant. Baron York chuckled. As expected of a man from the capital, after so many years, your taste hasn't been left behind by these rural people. "I don't know why Baron York is here this time." Mr. Jacques said indifferently, "If it's for business, I think I should recommend you to see our village chief, Mr. Charles." "I'm here to see you." Baron York said directly, "I'm here on His Majesty's order. Just this morning, the royal family's urgent document was sent to me through the church's channel in the shortest time possible. Then it took me 6 hours to travel through the night and come here." "The royal family?" Mr. Jacques frowned, as if he had fallen into a huge question because of this news. "Why is the royal family looking for me?" Baron York said, "Last night the kingdom's grand priest, Tanchi, prophesied that a saint would appear in the distant village of Domremy. At first I didn't believe it, but I could see the pillar of light soaring into the sky and the strange phenomenon in the sky at night, so I believed it. Grand priest." Mr. Jacques took a deep breath. "Did he really say that?" "Of course, I can't hear it from the grand priest himself," Baron York said indifferently, "but this was written in His Majesty's urgent document. Do you think it's fake?" Mr. Jacques shook his head and asked tentatively, "If that's the case, Mr. Baron, you can go to the village chief." "The village chief obviously knows more about the affairs in the village than I do." "I can't help it." Baron York crossed his arms and leaned back. He looked at Mr. Jacques and said with a faint smile, "In the grand priest's words, the new saint came from your family. If I don't look for you, Who else can I look for? How is this possible? Mr. Jacques was shocked. How can a person like me be favored by the royal family? Baron York said, Mr. Jacques, I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. I'm here to bring the new saint back. This is the royal family's order. I don't think you'll disobey the royal family's order. The one who abducted Princess Isabel is a sinful man, Jacques d'Arc. Clang! In front of the reception room, a short-haired maid knocked over the tea and snacks. The short-haired maid opened her mouth slightly and looked at Baron York in disbelief. Seeing this, Mr. Jacques immediately shouted angrily, Who let you in? You have no manners at all. Is this how I usually teach you? From now on, you don't have to work here anymore. Get out. Aye. The short-haired maid seemed to be scared silly and froze. Didn't you hear me? I told you to get out. Mr. Jacques roared, What a trash! I should have watched you being taken away by the Burgundians instead of redeeming you. What a waste of my food! Get out! Don't let me see your face again. The short-haired maid was terrified. She opened her mouth, lowered her head, and rushed out while covering her face. She's just an insensible maid. Mr. Jacques, do you have to be angry? Baron York smiled amusedly. Or, Mr. Jacques lost his composure because of what I said just now. You don't have to worry. This matter has passed for a long time, and no one mentioned it. Probably no one can remember the name Jacques d'Arc. Mr. Jacques sighed slowly at this time, then smiled and said, So, Baron York, I actually don't know what you're talking about. Hashtag PS 2/4. Chapter 2088. Baron York and his entourage did not stay in Mr. Jacques' house. Instead, they quickly left. Mr. Jacques still led the Baron and his entourage to the door solemnly. I will stay here for a few days. Before leaving, Baron York looked at Mr. Jacques meaningfully and said, Although the royal document is urgent, considering the actual journey, it is impossible to bring you to Sinan so quickly. So, please consider my suggestion. Lord Baron, you can enjoy the peace here for a few days. Mr. Jacques replied with a smile. You will like the simplicity here. As for what the two of them discussed in the reception room, the servants naturally had no way of knowing. But from the looks of it, they seemed to be having a good conversation. I hope so. Baron York mounted his horse and headed to the village under the escort of a group of cavalrymen. He planned to find the village chief, Mayor Charles, and ask him to arrange a place to stay. It was said that this was the only place in the area controlled by the Burgundians that still adhered to the rule of the royal family. As nobles of the kingdom, they should be treated very well. Just as they left Mr. Jacques' house, a cavalryman came forward and asked, Lord, are we leaving just like that? About the document. Some things can't be rushed, Baron York said calmly. Although this place adheres to the tradition of the royal family's rule, it is surrounded by the territory of the Grand Duke of Burgundy. In the end, who knows if this place still adheres to the tradition of the royal family's rule? The cavalryman's expression froze. My lord, you mean that Donnermy village is very likely already. But I heard from Jacques' servant that the village was just attacked by the Burgundian cavalrymen last night. All these years, the village has always been under attack. Of course. I hope that this is a place that supports the royal family. Baron York chuckled. Who doesn't think so? The cavalryman was puzzled. He did not know what the Baron meant. Baron York suddenly said, Speaking of servants, do you still remember the appearance of the little maid who barged in just now? The cavalryman had followed Baron York into the house and had been by his side the whole time. He naturally knew that a rash little maid had barged in during the conversation between the Baron and Mr. Jacques. I didn't pay much attention to it. The cavalryman recalled and said that maid kept her head down. After being scolded by Jacques, she covered her face and left in tears. Sir, is there anything wrong with this maid? Baron York said thoughtfully, I wonder how old the young lady of the Jacques family is this year. That's easy. The cavalryman smiled and said, As long as we enter the village, we can ask around. While we're at it, we can also ask about this reckless maid. She might have heard something she shouldn't have. The Baron nodded and yawned. I hope there's a soft enough bed here. It's not easy to crawl out of a woman's belly in the middle of the night and run here exhausted. It was indeed not easy. For a noble who lived like a prince, this kind of high-intensity journey would take away half of his life. However, this baron was no ordinary noble. He had been promoted because of his military exploits. I'll go to the village to make arrangements first. As the cavalryman spoke, he spurred his horse and took the lead to leave the main group, heading towards the village. Is this all you found? Mr. Jacques sat in the study at home, looking at a set of maid's clothes on the table. In front of him, there was a woman in her 30s. She was also a maid in the family, but also an elder responsible for taking care of Mississippi. Yes. The maid lowered her head and said, I found it in the utility room in the backyard. As for Miss, I don't know where she went for the time being. Nonsense. Mr. Jacques sighed. I'll call some people to look for her. Miss may have gone to the hunter's cabin that she often goes to. No need. Mr. Jacques waved his hand. You don't have to worry about this matter. Just deal with the family affairs first. The maid nodded. In fact, although she was a maid because she had stayed in this family for a long time, she could almost be regarded as half a housekeeper. There was no housekeeper here. Sir, what about the reception of those foreign guests? Mr. Jacques rubbed his eyebrows. Where are they now? The maid said, I'm afraid that they may not be suitable here, so I asked Bertrand to take them to visit the nearby farm. Now they should be at the farm. Or I'll go and find them now. Well done. Mr. Jacques nodded and immediately said, Don't rush to find them. That's all. I also need some time to think about something. You go out first. I'll call you if there's anything. Yes, Master Jacques. After the maid left the study, Mr. Jacques leaned back in the chair. He closed his eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. After a while, Mr. Jacques stood up and walked to the bookcase. He put his hand into a certain layer of the bookcase, as if he was looking for something. Then a click was heard, which was the sound of some kind of mechanism. Then one of the compartments of the bookcase suddenly popped up, and there was a small secret door, a secret compartment. Mr. Jacques took a deep breath and quickly took off a ring on his left hand and put it into the secret compartment. He quickly recovered and sat down in front of the desk. He muttered to himself, No matter who comes, I won't let you take her away. He seemed to have made some kind of decision in his heart, and his eyes gradually focused. The scenery of the farm was really good. There were almost no farms of this scale in the Free City. In fact, this farm was really not small. Everyone, do you want to go to the windmill to have a look? The tour guide, Bertrand, pointed at the windmill. You can see the entire Domremy village from there. The windmill is the best place to see it. Assaix wasn't very interested. He was worried about the condition of Ludic and the male assistant. Although the two of them were settled, Mr. Jacques was receiving the Baron, so he didn't have time to find a doctor. Insert a perfect copy of the old version of the Book Chaser app. Source changeable artifact. When can we go back? We can't possibly stay here forever just because those cavalrymen don't leave, right? Arthaces asked bluntly. This doesn't seem to be the way to treat guests. Bertrand pretended not to hear him. If you don't want to go up, there is a small river nearby with a lot of fish. We can go fishing. Mr. Assaix rolled his eyes and said directly, I'll go up and see the scenery. As the maid of the mansion, Kay or Lily naturally had to follow them. The main reason was that she instinctively didn't want to stay with Boss Luo and the others. We want to walk around nearby, Boss Luo suddenly said. It won't be too far, just near the windmill. Bertrand was a bit surprised, but he still nodded. There was a door on the windmill, so he needed to go up and open the door to let Mr. Assaix see the scenery. Obviously, it would take some time to climb up. That works. Bertrand thought for a while and said, If there is anything, please call me. I can hear you. This was the range of the farm, so there was no danger. so Bertrand didn't make it difficult. Seeing that the three had walked into the windmill, Miss Maid suddenly looked at Nan Xiaonan and handed her a few pieces of paper. "What is this?" Nan Xiaonan looked at the contents of the paper curiously. It turned out to be a few drawings of hand-drawn plants, and it was a super realistic style. "There should be these plants around the village." Miss Maid said casually, "Lady Nan, please search according to the reference on the paper and try to collect more than 3 of each plant. I want to make some potions. It's used to deal with lytic symptoms." Nan Xiaonan's heart skipped a beat. "Lady Nan, if you can't collect them before sunset, you can come back tomorrow." Miss Maid smiled slightly. "Damn, doesn't that mean I don't want to come back tonight? Why don't you just say it? It's dangerous for a girl to spend the night outside alone." "Okay, I'll try to come back before tomorrow morning." Nan Xiaonan patted her chest and promised. As for why Miss Maid was sure that there were these plants around the village, she didn't dare to ask. She just needed to come back before next week. What should she do? After Nan Xiaonan left, Boss Luo pointed to a grassy slope facing the windmill. "Go there and walk, maybe you'll get something." The girl liked lying on the grass. At this time, the sky and the earth seemed to be integrated with her. She would get peace at this time, but she wasn't at peace at this time. She heard part of the conversation between her father and Baron York. She couldn't get rid of this part from her mind. The girl understood her father's meaning at that time, so she covered her face and left. She knew that her father didn't want those cavalrymen from the kingdom to recognize her. Did they come here for me? The absent-minded girl didn't notice something else. Next to the grass she was lying on, something was sneakily poking its head out from the grass. There was a small patch of grass on top of its head, like a seed emerging from the soil. It was a chubby and cute face. The small figure was lying on the ground, slowly approaching the girl. To be exact, it was approaching the stone sword that the girl put on the grass. Sword of Victory! She was going to get it. She finally got it. Her small hand had touched the hilt of Sword of Victory, and this time she thought of a way to pick it up successfully. The girl didn't notice it at all, but the sudden sound of a person's voice woke the girl up instantly. She sat up. Seeing this, the little figure, who was about to succeed, jumped in fright. She also burrowed into the bushes in an instant. She was also extremely angry. "It's you!" The girl's voice was pleasantly surprised and then turned cold. "You guys." She looked at the direction where the voice came from. Boss Luo and Miss Maid were walking slowly at this time, as if they were on a walk. The girl couldn't move her eyes away from these two people. She suddenly felt that when they stood together, they could actually make everything seem like an extra part. "Father told me to receive you," the girl said calmly. "Why don't you stay at my house?" "What are you doing here?" Boss Luo said, "We left in a hurry last night and didn't have time to see the scenery around, so we took this opportunity." Mr. Bertrand took Mr. Asakes and others to the windmill to enjoy the scenery. "Do you need me to call him over?" "I see Bertrand every day. Why should I call him over?" The girl shook her head and suddenly said, "The scenery here is really good. I won't disturb you. I'll go back first." Boss Luo said, "Miss Rana seems to have something on her mind." "Even if there's something on my mind, it's a girl's matter." The girl said indifferently, "It's not a gentleman's behavior to casually inquire into a girl's mind." Miss Maid then smiled faintly. "Miss Rana, you seem to have something on your mind." The girl stared at these two guys in a daze. These two people were simply invincible together. The girl rolled her eyes. She simply sat on the grass again, looking at the river below the grassy slope, even grabbing a stone and throwing it into the water. "Dong! Where do you think the river will eventually flow to?" the girl asked suddenly. Miss Maid said indifferently, "The river will eventually flow into the ocean, or it will be cut off midway and disappear." The girl Jean scratched her head. "That's not romantic at all. You look just like one of my former tutors. You're as old-fashioned as a piece of rotten wood." Miss Maid smiled casually and wasn't annoyed. Miss Rana, where do you think the river will eventually flow to? The girl thought for a while and said, It will meet the other half of its fate somewhere on the horizon. They will be entangled together, and then flow to the distant, unknown future together. As long as there are people, they will flow to the place where people are. They will witness everything, everything. People will sing of their companionship for eternity. Miss Maid finally heaved a sigh of relief. Once again, she felt like she was being executed. In the end, they will still flow into the ocean, or disappear midway due to insufficient water. Miss Maid said again. So, the girl stared at Miss Maid fiercely and was about to speak. Miss Rana, you're really here. It was Mr. Jacques' voice. Mr. Jacques' voice came from afar. He was now climbing on the grass, smiling towards them. He saw Boss Luo, the brave young man he admired. You're also here, brave young man. Mr. Jacques smiled with relief. Luo, welcome back safe and sound, my savior. Boss Luo said casually, I'm just saving myself. Mr. Jacques said, No matter what, my promise won't change. It just so happens that all of you are here. Luo, why don't we talk about your marriage with my daughter now? Miss Maid's eyes narrowed slightly. The girl's mouth was slightly open. What is father doing? As for Boss Luo blinked his eyes and then stepped on the grass somewhere inadvertently. Squeak! They suddenly heard a strange sound. What's that sound? Maybe it's the mice in the field. Boss Luo smiled casually and said, There are many mosquitoes here. Why don't we go and meet Mr. Bertrand first? By the way, Mr. Jacques, is lunch ready? I think my companions and I should be hungry. Let's decide. The girl quickly picked up sort of victory on the ground. I'll call Bertrand. Chapter 2089. Although the girl ran to the windmill with the excuse of looking for Bertrand, Mr. Jacques, who was left behind, did not stop there. Mr. Jacques seemed to be quite enthusiastic about this matter and anxious. Luo, brave Luo, do you think my daughter is still too young? Mr. Jacques said directly, Although my daughter looks a little childish according to local customs, she can be married. You don't have to worry. You don't have to worry. You can wait for a year or two, and you will be surprised. I'm not in a hurry, Boss. Luo blinked. He thought for a while and said, Mr. Jacques, I don't deny that I have very special feelings for Miss Jean. But Mr. Jacques seems to be a little anxious. Is this matter related to the cavalry from the kingdom? Mr. Jacques could not help but sigh. You are not only a brave person, but also a sensitive person. Boss Luo said, What happened? Is it unsolvable? Mr. Jacques took a deep breath and said, If possible, even if you don't get married immediately, I hope you can get engaged with Jean first, and then I hope you can take Jean away from here as soon as possible. Boss Luo thought for a while and said, So the purpose of the cavalry is to take Miss Jean away? Is it related to the miracle she showed? Mr. Jacques was shocked. You are really a scary person. He had never seen such a calm young man. Not only was he calm, but more importantly, he had a terrifying analytical ability. Boss Luo shook his head, looked at Mr. Jacques, and said softly, Mr. Jacques, I'm actually not scary. What's scary is that I'm seen as scary. He wasn't scary. What was scary was the fact that he was seen as scary. This was a very strange way of saying it, and Mr. Jacques could not help but feel puzzled. But at this time, he did not want to think too much. Intuitively, he had recognized that this brave young man was someone he could trust. Mr. Jacques took a deep breath at this time. This matter is indeed related to Baron York, and it will also involve the royal family of the kingdom. Please forgive me for not being able to confess more things. Forgive me for my stubbornness, because you are the only person I can think of who has the ability to take Jenna away and protect her. I'm afraid Miss Rana doesn't need anyone to protect her. Boss Luo said casually she has the ability to create miracles. If possible, I don't want her to continue using God's miracle. Mr. Jacques sighed. I just want her to live a happy life. I don't want her to bear too many things. Those things are too heavy for her shoulders." "Do you really think so, Mr. Jacques?" Miss Maid asked abruptly, as a parent. Mr. Jacques looked at the beautiful woman beside Boss Luo in surprise. He had always wanted to ask about their relationship because they seemed to be very close. "I'm not sure if other parents feel the same way." Mr. Jacques shook his head and said, "Maybe they want to see their children become the dazzling stars. But at least I'd rather see her become the light in the ordinary people's homes under the night sky. What I hope is that Jenna is strong enough to support her future family. She is confident enough to illuminate the loved ones around her." "Mr. Jacques seems to be a good father," Miss Maid said in a low voice. Mr. Jacques shook his head. "If I'm a good father, I should always be by her side, instead of trying to take her away from me. Luo, please think about this matter carefully. You don't have to rush to promise me, but no matter what, I'll find a way to send Jenna away tonight. I hope you can appear." "I'll think about it." Boss Luo nodded gently. After a while, the girl had already returned with Bertrand, Mr. Asakes, and Kay E. Lily. Mr. Jacques didn't mention the engagement again. The girl knew that it was because there were too many people, so this topic was naturally not suitable to continue. But she began to consciously avoid Boss Luo's gaze. Why is he looking at me like this? Did he say anything to father just now? Did he agree, or the girl had many doubts in her heart until she returned to the mansion. She still couldn't get an answer. When she returned to the residence, the servant had already come up to say that lunch was ready. It was quite a sumptuous lunch. Mr. Jacques sat in the host seat and greeted the guests in the house as usual. "I remember that there should be another lady. Why haven't I seen her?" Mr. Jacques frowned. Mr. Asakes said, "Indeed, I just wanted to ask, why is Lady Nan missing?" Miss Maid said she seems to have left something in the mansion where she stayed before, so she wanted to retrieve it and left alone. She went alone. Mr. Jacques said in surprise, "Although it's daytime, it's still dangerous for a person to go through the forest alone. Besides, we're not sure if the Burgundian cavalry has been completely wiped out. If there are still 1 or 2 remnants hiding in the mansion, it's too rash." "Father, there are no more Burgundian cavalry in the mansion," the girl suddenly said at this time. "The cavalry that attacked this time was purified by me last night." Mr. Jacques acted as if he didn't hear the girl's answer. He thought for a while and said, "I'll ask Bertrand to bring 2 people to take a look later." "Mr. Jacques, you're too kind." Boss Luo smiled. He knew that looking for Nan Xiaonan was just an excuse. Mr. Jacques probably wanted Bertrand to bring people to explore the route in advance and prepare to leave. "This is what I should do. After all, you've helped our village a lot." Mr. Jacques nodded and immediately said, "I've already arranged for a doctor. The doctor should be able to arrive after lunch. Mr. Asakes, you can relax a little." Boss Asakes had nothing to say. He could only raise his glass in response. The atmosphere during the meal was quite pleasant. Everything was as usual. After the meal, Mr. Jacques used the excuse of taking a nap and went straight back to his room. The girls stayed behind and helped clean up the table with the servants. Miss Maid also took the initiative to help. Even the maid Kay or Lily came to help after hesitating for a while. He didn't expect this young lady of the farm to be so adept at household chores. But when he thought about how the girl could directly slaughter and marinate a big wild boar when she was in the hunter's hut, Mr. Asakes had nothing to say. "Speaking of which, Miss Jean, why haven't I seen your mother?" Kate or Lily, who was carrying the plates, also seemed to be at ease and asked curiously at this time. The girl said directly, "Mother is sick, so she tries not to leave the room. She can't be exposed to the wind, so even if she leaves the room, she has to wrap herself up. When I see her usually, I only talk to her through the door of the room." Kay or Lily widened her eyes and said, "Then you haven't seen your mother for a long time?" The girl nodded silently. Kay or Lily gossiped, Then what's your mother's disease? The girl was silent for a moment, then whispered, leprosy. Hearing the young girl talk about the illness of Mr. and Mrs. Jacques, Chris and Mr. Sashes couldn't help but slightly change their expressions. Although this illness could be easily cured in the Holy Light Kingdom, it was still an illness that could be easily cured. But considering the conditions here, it was seeing this, the girl said indifferently, you don't have to worry, we have been dealing with it well. If there is really a problem, you won't see me now. Kay or Lily smiled embarrassedly, but lowered her head and stopped talking, gossiping. At this time, Miss Maid suddenly said, when did Madam start to get sick? The girl Jean glanced at Yu Yi in surprise. She didn't know why the maid asked this question. Maybe it was out of curiosity, or maybe it was for her master, because of the engagement? If the fiancé's mother was a leper, there was indeed something to consider. As a maid of the master, it was normal for her to have concerns. The girl was a little unhappy, but she didn't hide it. At least 10 years, my father has been maintaining my mother's health with medicine. Maybe she doesn't want to live like this all the time. Boss Luo said, that is to say, Miss Jean hasn't seen your mother for 10 years. How could it be? The girl frowned and said subconsciously, I visit my mother every morning and before going to bed. Although I can't enter the door, we can still talk. I'm afraid you don't remember your mother's appearance, Miss Maid said indifferently. The girl glared at the maid. I'm talking to your master. What are you doing? I'll let you clean the toilet every day. At this time, the maid of the mansion came in and said the doctor had arrived. Mr. Asakes had been waiting for this doctor for a long time. Although Kay or Lily had hinted to him more than once that Miss Yu Yi had been studying the symptoms of Ludic and the male assistant, but he didn't dare to let this unknown woman do it. He still thought the doctor was more reliable. So when he heard the doctor came, he hurriedly took the doctor upstairs. It was an old man who was obviously a senior doctor. He was mature and steady, giving him a strong sense of security. Doctor, it's this way, not that way. You're going the wrong way. Oh, really? Sorry, my eyesight is not very good. By the way, what did you say just now? I said this way is the right way. Oh, I'm Bolay, what about you? This way, please. Mr. Asakes took a deep breath. He told himself not to worry and wait. Maybe this old doctor's medical skills were very good. After cleaning up the table, the girl suddenly found Boss Luo and expressed in front of Miss Maid that she hoped to talk to Boss Luo alone. I'll wait for you in the room. You can come over later. She said quickly, remember, just be alone. After saying that, the girl turned around and ran upstairs. Boss Luo couldn't help laughing. What a lively child. Miss Maid sighed. Master, please don't laugh at me. Boss Luo said, then I'll go over later? Miss Maid thought for a while. I'll find a chance to see Mrs. Isabel. Boss Luo said, what do you think of? Miss Maid shook her head. I don't know yet. From now on, it's not something I'm familiar with. Boss Luo thought. In a bush, a figure was moving forward. Miss Nan even had a few weeds in her mouth at this time. There were also a lot of weeds in her hair. As long as I can xing chuang once. That's too much. Pooh. Finally, Nan Xiaonan climbed out of the bush. She quickly spat out the weeds in her mouth, and then her eyes brightened. She took out the paper and compared it. Finally, she found one of the plants. But there was only one plant here. The task required at least 3 plants of each kind. She was so hungry. What kind of place was this? After picking the target plant, Nan Xiaonan began to look around. This was obviously a forest, but it was a relatively remote place. There were weeds all around, and the plants had many sharp thorns. Ordinary people wouldn't be willing to climb in here. If the blueprint didn't indicate that this plant usually grew in such an environment, she wouldn't have come all the way here. There were more mosquitoes. In addition to the 2 fixed bumps on her body, there were many more small red bumps on her body. She even wanted to take a bath, but when she took a step, she stepped on empty air. On the ground, there was a hole covered by weeds and withered leaves. Nan Xiaonan blinked her eyes, and her body instantly fell into the hole. She didn't even have time to curse. She still cursed out in the end, but the hole was too deep, and her voice couldn't travel out. In the mansion, the girl was busy. She was trying to find a bottle of perfume that her father brought back when he went to the city for business last year. At that time, she would rather her father brought her a dagger, which was more practical than perfume. So she didn't know where to put it. I can't find it. The girl helplessly sat on the carpet under the bed, resting her head on the edge of the bed. After returning to the room and taking off her coat, one of the straps of her underwear was crooked to her shoulder because of the exercise. That woman's body always smelled good, the girl muttered. Then she took a deep breath, picked up a glass of milk from the bedside table, and drank it in one gulp. Let's look for it again. The girl pulled herself together. Miss Joan, are you there? I'm coming. There was a knock on the door and that guy's voice. The girl who was crawling under the bed suddenly raised her head, and then her head hit the bed. She didn't have time to feel the pain. She rubbed her head and hurriedly got up. Wait a minute. Don't come in. Okay, I'll wait for you outside, Miss Joan. The girl breathed a sigh of relief, looked at herself, and hurriedly ran to the closet to find a set of clothes. Unexpectedly, her feet kicked the foot of the bed. At this time, she needed to take a deep breath and maintain a smile. Hashtag PS as usual. Chapter 2090. Inside the City of Dawn. The statue of the Star of Dawn was located in the north of the City of Dawn. The great Star of Dawn would release holy light even at night, making the night bright. This city was very similar to the City of Freedom in that it was also a huge capital with very advanced technology. In addition, the City of Dawn was also a capital that produced all kinds of sports. Every once in a while, new sports would appear in the City of Dawn, and they would quickly become popular in the 7 capitals of the Holy Light Kingdom. The Holy Light Kingdom sports meet that was held every 4 years was also held in the City of Dawn. Sports could stimulate people's passion and was a very good entertainment. The passion of the people for sports could also improve their physical fitness. This was a very good development direction, and there was nothing wrong with it. Even at night, the City of Dawn was still bright. There were stadiums of all sizes here, and all kinds of sports were being played. From ordinary ball games to speed events, and even boxing events. All of them existed in these stadiums of all sizes. At night, the City of Dawn was still bustling with people. They're too competitive. The white-clothed young man stood on the roof of a huge stadium and silently looked at the waves of passionate people in the stadium. Hearing this, Angel Lang hesitated and asked, "My lord, is there something wrong?" The white-robed young man said calmly, "Once a human has the desire to compete, many thoughts will also develop. The City of Dawn did a good job of focusing on the development of sports, but it seems that they have gone a little too far." Angel Lang said, "I think it's fine. This is the Holy Light Kingdom. Even though sports like sports have appeared, it only aroused the people's passion. It's not like the subworlds outside where the greedy humans would use this as an excuse to create evil gambling." The white-clothed young man pointed at an advertisement on a huge screen in the stadium and said calmly, "A quiz with prizes. Can it be considered a prototype of gambling?" Angel Lang was stunned and didn't know what to say. The City of Dawn was still the City of the Star of Dawn in name, but the Star of Dawn was no longer around. Therefore, the City of Dawn was under the supervision of the other 6 capitals. However, the other 6 people, including the white-clothed young man, would not directly appear. They would only monitor from behind the scenes and would only take action to correct mistakes. Most of the time, the president of the City of Dawn was in charge of the city. Although it's a little lively, Langdo thought for a moment and said, "But every time, the City of Dawn still provides the most prayers. This is enough to prove the purity of the City of Dawn. It seems that the president has done an excellent job of balancing the situation." He has fully mobilized the enthusiasm of the residents, but he hasn't let the people become too addicted. The young man in white didn't say anything. He looked at the huge statue in the north and thought for a moment before saying, "After we find out about the medicine, you can stay here and check the number of people in the Dawn City." "I understand, my lord." Rondo nodded. The young man in white suddenly covered his chest and took a deep breath. "Sir, did something happen?" Rondo was slightly surprised. The young man in white shook his head and said, "It's nothing. Perhaps the mark of the Holy Mother has begun to take effect. I feel that my breathing has become smoother." "That's good." Rondo let out a sigh of relief. The young man in white was thinking. He did feel very comfortable at the moment. He even felt lazy, as if he was bathing in the sun. The power of the nagging guy in the monastery seemed to be too effective. "My lord, it should be that person." In the midst of the hubbub of voices, Langdo suddenly pointed his finger. He pointed at a box in the stadium's viewing platform below. In the box, a chubby middle-aged man was waving his hands and cheering for the athlete he supported. This was the target of this trip, the businessman who produced the illegal drugs. There was a motorcycle racing event going on below. This man was a fanatic of this event. The young man in white narrowed his eyes slightly, and the distance between them was instantly shortened. He could clearly see everything in the box. He saw that the man was not only celebrating, but his expression was also strange. It was almost fanatical. On the table next to the middle-aged man, there was a box full of red and white capsules. In the middle of the celebration, the middle-aged man grabbed a handful of capsules from the box and stuffed them into his mouth from time to time. And at this moment, he was in a state where he wasn't praying with all his heart, but he was strangely producing a strong wish power. It seems. The young man in white frowned. "I haven't been to the City of Dawn for too long." Rondo saw the young man in white snort and then step out. In the next moment, the young man in white was already in the box, standing behind the middle-aged man. Rondo was shocked because he felt a trace of anger from the young man in white. He didn't dare to be careless and quickly chased after the young man in white. He couldn't go directly like the young man in white, but he wasn't slow either. Soon he arrived at the box. When Rondo arrived, the fanatic man in the box had been taken out of the Destiny Diary. The man fell on the chair, motionless. The young man in white was reading the man's Destiny Diary. Suddenly, the young man in white threw the Destiny Diary at the man. "My lord, what's this?" "It's the same as the previous two guys," the young man in white said in a deep voice. "His diary has been changed." "But Rondo looked at the box on the table. There were many capsules inside. "He eats them like vitamins." The young man in white snorted coldly. "He eats them all the time, but he doesn't know why his body needs so many vitamins." Rondo said with a serious expression, "Only the 7 capitals have the authority to change the Destiny Diary. Even the president of the City of Dawn doesn't have this power. Now, only the Holy Mother and the Saint exist in the Holy Light Kingdom. If the diary needs to be changed, it can only be one of them. It can't be the one in the City of Freedom," the young man in white said coldly. Rondo was stunned. Although he didn't know why the young man in white was so certain, he believed him unconditionally. That was why Rondo's expression changed drastically. "It's the Holy Mother." "It can't be her either." The young man in white shook his head and said, "It can't be her." "It can't be these two?" Rondo opened his mouth. "Then it can only be the other capitals. But they aren't in the Holy Light Kingdom right now. Could it be that this happened even earlier?" Rondo couldn't be sure of something. After all, the young man in white had been fighting in the void dimension and had just returned. While he was fighting, the few people with the highest authority in the Holy Light Kingdom could have made a move. It seems that the trail is broken for now. The young man in white thought for a moment and said, "He's the manufacturer, the source of the illegal drugs. Since we can't find the source here, I'm afraid there's only one way left." "What is it?" Rondo asked subconsciously. The young man in white said, We can only find a way to enter the system's back-end and check the changed diary data. You want to find the developers of the Destiny system? Rondo's expression changed. He didn't know which developer the young man in white was going to find next. In his impression, the young man in white wasn't close to the developers. Take my mark and find the president of the City of Dawn. He'll be in charge of the review. The young man in white suddenly said, after the review, return to the City of Freedom and meet with Grabe. Wait. It seemed that the young man in white was going to find one of the developers of the Destiny system alone. Rondo nodded and accepted the mark given by the young man in white. When he looked up again, the young man in white was nowhere to be seen. It will take some time for the merchant who produces Lang not to wake up. Langdo glanced at the box that was at least 70% full and suddenly frowned. He picked up one of the capsules and observed it. He wanted to find out the origin of this thing. Perhaps there was another way. Rondo suddenly threw the capsule into his mouth. As a high-level angel, he was immune to all poisons. He had enough confidence. However, the capsule gradually melted in his mouth and finally disappeared. Rondo felt like he didn't swallow anything. The feeling disappeared just like that. Langdo checked his body and mental state, but found no changes. Could it be that this illegal drug is only effective on humans in the Holy Light Kingdom? Rondo shook his head and put away the box with the capsules. He didn't want to stay in the City of Dawn for too long. It was better for him to find the president and return to the City of Freedom to meet with Grabe. Sorry to keep you waiting. The door of the room slowly opened. The girl was wearing a light yellow dress. Her hair seemed to have been tidied up, but this time the girl didn't wear her usual long hair wig. Ms. Rondo, are you not feeling well? Boss Luo said with a smile. I see that you have trouble walking. No, the girl answered. Then she pointed at the room. Don't just stand there. Come in. Or are you afraid of walking into a lady's room? Boss Luo certainly wouldn't fall for such a shallow provocation. Then he smiled and walked into the room. Or rather, the girl's room. Seeing Boss Luo walk in, the girl took a deep breath. She stuck her head out of the door and looked at both sides of the corridor. Then she gently closed the door and locked it. With her hands clasped behind her back, she leaned against the door and looked at Boss Luo. Do you want something to drink? I've got some fresh milk here. It tastes pretty good. So saying, she walked over to the table. My toes hurt. The girl maintained her smile and the posture that was always praised by the tutors, but it still hurt. Ms. Rondo's room is interesting. What? Do you think I have weapons, hammers, bows, swords, and armor hanging here? The girl blinked and said, the only thing that could be considered a weapon was the stone, Sword of Victory. Sword of Victory was placed on the dressing table near the window. Boss Luo casually walked to the window and closed it. Then he looked at the girl and smiled. The wind is a bit strong. Be careful not to catch a cold. Oh, thank you, the girl said softly. Her clothes were a bit thin, but the room wasn't like opening the window. The ventilation would be better. He closed the window. Was he trying to do something? He was too proactive. I wasn't prepared. Boss Luo's next move made the girl even more confused. Not only did he close the window, he even pulled the curtains. Although it didn't make the room too dark, it made it a bit darker. If he does anything, I'll teach him a lesson. The girl thought to herself. Outside the window, a small figure was puffing up his cheeks and waving his fists in the air. He seemed to be extremely angry. Seeing that Boss Luo didn't move for a long time, the girl was a bit nervous and didn't take the initiative to speak. The atmosphere was a bit too quiet. Ms. Rondo. Boss Luo suddenly called the girl's name. Ah, wait, I'll prepare. The girl's heart was racing and her scalp was numb. Is there anything else you need to prepare? Boss Luo blinked. Of course, I need to prepare some things. The girl's fingers twisted the corner of her skirt and looked at the floor. If I don't prepare, how How can I at least find some sausage or something? Her voice became softer and softer, and finally it was like a needle falling. Boss Luo acted as if he didn't hear it. He picked up Sword of Victory from the dressing table. I want to say, Ms. Rondo, don't you want to have a scabbard? It's not convenient to keep holding it like this. Sword scabbard? The girl widened her eyes and blushed. Scabbard? Yes, you reminded me. I do need a scabbard. I'll find the blacksmith in the village to make one. He didn't hear it clearly just now. That must be it. Outside the window, the little girl's face was pressed against the window. Through the hazy curtains, she tried hard to distinguish what was happening in the room. Suddenly, the little figure's eyes widened in disbelief. She seemed to be saying, "How did this guy pick up the sword directly?" She didn't believe it, so she pressed her face against the window again and widened her eyes. But at this moment she heard a buzzing sound. The little girl turned around impatiently and waved her hand, trying to drive away the strange sound that disturbed her. It would have been better if she hadn't seen it. Once she saw it, she was startled. She screamed and flew away desperately. She saw a giant hornet chasing after her. What's that sound? The girl was startled. Boss Luo smiled casually. Maybe it's a mouse. The girl nodded and remembered that she was bitten for no reason. Well, it seems like there are more mice. I'll ask the servants to catch them later. Ms. Rondo, why did you ask me to come here? Boss Luo stood beside the window to block the hazy light and asked the young girl. Boss Luo casually put the Sword of Victory in the direction of the window. The girl opened her mouth and stopped talking. In the end, she slowly exhaled and took a deep breath. Then she said seriously, after marriage, I don't want to have a child so soon. But don't worry, I'll fulfill my duties as a wife. Boss Luo blinked. He felt that women in this era were very independent. Hashtag PS. 3/4. Chapter 2091. The door of the room was specially made. There was a square opening in the door, which was big enough for the plate to pass through. The servant of Mr. Jacques' house was sending food into the room through the opening in the door. In this way, the servant wouldn't have any contact with the people in the room. Madam, lunch is here. I made a delicious stew today. Please eat more. I'll come back for dinner. The servant knocked on the door and left immediately after saying that. It seemed that he didn't want to stay any longer. After the servant left, the door of another room in the corridor opened slowly. Miss Maid walked out of the room with no expression on her face. She came to the door. This was the room of Madame Isabelle, Mr. Jacques' wife. In this era, there was almost no way to treat this disease. The best way was to isolate it, and in some places they would even kill it directly to avoid becoming the source of infection. Miss Maid stood outside the door, listening to the movement in the room. But there was no movement in the room. She put her hand on the door handle casually. You're in the wrong room. At this time, Mr. Jacques' voice sounded behind her. Miss Maid suddenly stopped. She turned around as if nothing had happened and smiled. I'm a little curious. Mr. Jacques said indifferently, I'm very happy the guests are willing to visit my house. If Miss Yi is interested, I can show you around, but only outside this room. I heard from Miss Jean that your wife is sick. Miss Maid said softly. It's not a secret. Mr. Jacques shook his head, but people don't want to talk about it, probably because I have a farm and provide them with a lot of work. Miss Maid suddenly said, In my hometown, there's a pharmacy that can cure this disease. Mr. Jacques, do you want to try it? Mr. Jacques obviously didn't expect that this beautiful woman would give such an answer. He didn't know how to respond and was stunned on the spot. Miss Maid said further, Mr. Jacques, don't you want your wife to be well? I think, as a patient, there's no more urgent wish than to recover. Mr. Jacques took a deep breath. I thank you on behalf of Isabelle. It's just that over the years, we have tried many methods. Isabelle went through a lot of pain. Miss Maid asked, Is Mr. Jacques going to give up? Mr. Jacques shook his head. I don't want to give up, but I don't dare to try it either. As I said, we have tried many ways, but in the end there was no result. The pain made my wife's mood very unstable. She doesn't want to see people, and even I can't get close to her. My prescription is definitely effective, Wang Yao said. The servant girl said again, if you can't cure your wife, I'm willing to be infected with her. Mr. Jacques opened his mouth in surprise. What a touching promise, Miss Yi. Even I'm tempted. But Mr. Jacques doesn't seem too optimistic about curing his wife. Miss Maid narrowed her eyes. Mr. Jacques was silent for a while, and then slowly said, maybe we've all been used to this state, letting hope always exist in the illusion. We won't and dare not break this fragile and endless hope easily. I can't, Miss Maid said seriously. This was the third time she expressed her opinion. Mr. Jacques was slightly moved. He even pondered. Maybe he had made up his mind. Mr. Jacques sighed and said, I'll find a way to calm my wife's mood and let her try again. Please give me some time. You really need to be patient with patients, Miss Maid said with a smile. Please wait for a moment. With that, Mr. Jacques took out a key from his pocket and unlocked the door. Before entering, Mr. Jacques said softly, Isabel, I'm coming in. I have something to tell you. At this moment, Miss Maid suddenly asked, Mr. Jacques, do you really believe me? Mr. Jacques didn't think too much, but said directly, It's hard for me to believe a stranger. But I believe your master. He has a pair of clear eyes. In fact, I know how to observe a person's eyes very well. Miss Maid said, What do you think of my eyes, Mr. Jacques? Very beautiful as a gem. Mr. Jacques smiled casually. They're the most beautiful eyes I've ever seen. Just beautiful. I think beautiful is the best compliment for a lady. Mr. Jacques smiled. Forgive my ignorance, but I really can't find a more suitable word than beautiful. I'll wait for your news here, Mr. Jacques. Miss Maid stepped back 2 small steps. Finally, before entering the door, Mr. Jacques suddenly asked, Is it Luo's idea to treat my wife? It's my personal idea, Miss Maid said calmly, but it's also my duty to solve problems for my master. Luo, he has a very good servant. Mr. Jacques nodded and took a deep look at Miss Maid. The door opened a little. Mr. Jacques walked into the room carefully, and then closed the door again. Miss Maid could hear Mr. Jacques calling his wife's name through the door. Isabel, forgive me for bothering you at this time. Only Mr. Jacques' voice could be heard. At this time, Miss Maid stretched out her finger. At the tip of her finger, a small black butterfly slowly flew out. The butterfly flew to the door and disappeared instantly. The black butterfly had flown into the door. The room was very spacious, without any extra furnishings. There was only a very large bed. The 4 sides of the bed were covered with gauze curtains. Mr. Jacques was standing beside the bed, talking through the gauze curtains. The black butterfly quietly docked at the side. Vaguely, a figure could be seen sitting inside the gauze curtains. At this time, Mr. Jacques was whispering something. It was not about the treatment. I'm going to send Jean away tonight. I know you'll agree with me, Isabel. Mr. Jacques sighed. You don't say anything, so I'll take it as you agree. Miss Maid didn't wait too long outside the door. Mr. Jacques had already walked out of the room. I hope I can hear good news, Miss Maid said with a smile. I hope I can also hear good news from you, Miss Yi. Mr. Jacques nodded. My wife agreed, but she's a little emotional. I want to wait for her to calm down before starting the treatment. Also, I think that since you want to treat him, you will need some time to prepare. If you need anything, just tell the servants at home. I will tell them. Then what time do you think is suitable, Mr. Jacques? Mr. Jacques thought for a while. Maybe it'll be better in the evening. What do you think? Yes, sir. Miss Maid nodded. Then I'll go back and prepare some necessary supplies. Wait, I hope you won't tell Jean about this for the time being. Mr. Jacques suddenly said, It'll be a suitable time to wait until the good news comes out. Of course. Mr. Jacques said, "Today may be a good day, at least it's better than I thought. You go back first. I still want to accompany my wife. Then I'll leave first." The so-called duties of a wife were actually many, but the girl's behavior at this time was probably referring to some aspects. The girl had always been a bold person. Otherwise, it was impossible for her to hunt alone in the forest, and even more impossible for her to go deep into the dangerous underground river. She often used the water of the underground river to travel back and forth. These deeds, for an ordinary 14 or 15-year-old teenager, were probably behaviors that only existed in the illusion. She was really bold. After saying those words that were like a declaration, she even cooperated with the action. Her soft body suddenly threw herself into the arms of Boss Luo. Panic, fear, and even some excitement, the yearning for men and the restlessness of adolescence, mixed with some unclear thoughts of a young girl. Under all kinds of stimulation, the girl's heart was beating fast. This was an age where it was easy to be impulsive, even reckless. She tightly hugged Luocho's body, buried her head in his arms. "I want to join the army. I don't want to be bound by marriage for my whole life. Please forgive me for my stubbornness. This is the best way. Please let me leave your side for a while. For this, I will offer my body and loyalty to you. This is the biggest promise I can give you with my purity." Her heart was beating more violently. Perhaps these were not the words she really wanted to say, but these were the words she could think of that could express her will clearly. "Miss Jenna, don't you think this is a bit hasty?" Boss Luo asked softly. The girl shook her head and said faintly, "Father may want to send me away. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in a hurry to let me marry you. Something happened today. Father never thought that he would say those harsh words to me, like today. Although my heart is very uncomfortable, I can vaguely feel the meaning of his words." Boss Luo listened calmly. The girl raised her head and said, "If I don't go with you, there is a high probability that I will be taken away by Bertrand. He might send me to another place and lock me up temporarily. That way I won't be free. But I can be free from you." Boss Luo said indifferently, "How do you know that I will let you go, Miss Jenna?" "So I will make you believe that I will remain loyal to you." The girl said solemnly, "My loyalty to love will be as firm as my belief in God's miracle. I know that I have a mission that I must complete. I can only choose this way to make my family feel at ease. Most importantly, I don't hate you." "What is your mission?" Boss Luo suddenly asked. The girl said, "I will drive away the brutal Burgundians and finally defeat the British Empire behind the Burgundians, and let the wind of freedom blow on the land of France." "You look forward to it?" "I look forward to the arrival of this day, because this is the meaning of my existence, my destiny. The revelation of God's miracle? You were there at that time, weren't you?" The girl's eyes were hazy. "It was you, the witness. I pulled out the sword of victory. You are my first witness. There is no one more suitable than you. Also, we have a marriage contract. This must be St. Michael's arrangement." Boss Luo said indifferently, "If I say that I don't want to see this as an arrangement, and I don't want to admit that this is St. Michael's, I might even hate St. Michael, would you still insist? Be careful with your words." A trace of panic appeared in the girl's eyes. She even subconsciously looked at the sword of victory and hurriedly said, "When I pray, I will add your name. I will look forward to St. Michael's arrival to talk to me." Boss Luo smiled casually. The girl opened her mouth. This guy really? However, things like faith couldn't be forced. Not everyone in the outside world had faith. The girl had always thought that faith was something that depended on one's own freedom. If one had faith, one would have it. And if one didn't have it, one couldn't force it. Faith should be a spirit that allowed people to live and work hard, not a tool to rule. She took a deep breath. At this moment, she was still hugging the other person's body tightly. Her thin clothes couldn't completely block the skin contact between their bodies. Will you agree?" The girl asked in a low voice. "I know my request is unreasonable, but please give me a few years. Since you have the habit of keeping maids, even when I'm not here, you can. Even Boss Luo himself didn't know when he had the habit of keeping maids as his pets. He shook his head and gently pressed on the girl's shoulders, pushing her away from his embrace. You've guessed one thing right. Your father does intend to let me take you away, and I'm afraid it will happen in the next 1 or 2 days. You agree? The girl asked in surprise. I didn't agree, Boss Luo said indifferently, but I didn't refuse either. I think I should agree. Then. The girl suddenly blushed. She lowered her head subconsciously, then pulled Boss Luo's clothes and said in a low voice, Wait, can you do it outside? I heard that if you do it inside, there will be a child. I mean, after I defeat Britain, I will definitely give you a child. Boss Luo took a step forward at this time. The girl was like a frightened rabbit, slowly taking a step back. Luochio took a step forward, and the girl subconsciously took another step back. Finally, she was forced to the bedside and sat down. She lowered her head, bit her lips, and clenched the clothes around her waist. I'm ready. Boss Luo bent down, but he picked up the bedsheet and wrapped it around the girl's body. The girl was stunned. She looked up in surprise, and her eyes widened. It's too early for you. Boss Luo smiled. You. The girl's face turned pale. Do you think I'm still young? Boss Luo put 2 fingers together, gently tapped the girl's forehead, and chuckled. Read less books for adults. I'm going to find your father. Chapter 2092. The passage was very long. Nan Xiaonan's buttocks suffered a strong impact, and it was very sore. She groaned, her face tightened, and she grimaced. She didn't want to speak, only the sound of her breath. Finally, she lay on the ground like mud. After a while, Lady Ning got up tiredly and rubbed the place where she was hit. She only felt that her bones were scattered and then put back together again. It was said that the Black Soul envoys had their own exclusive body, and it could even be customized according to the requirements. The body of the Black Soul envoys could be immune to many attacks and had many functions, but she didn't. She really didn't. On the one hand, she didn't have time. On the other hand, Miss Maid said that the materials for customizing the Black Soul envoys were currently in short supply, and the person in charge of getting materials in the shop was currently on duty at another post and couldn't come out for the time being. So Lady Nan still used her original body, the ordinary body of a real human, Nan Xiaonan. Nan Xiaonan didn't know whether the stock of materials was really not enough, but she knew that she was stopped by an unscrupulous leader, living with a smile. JPG she didn't want to think about things like, as long as I can create a star once. After getting up, Nan Xiaonan looked at the passage where she fell. She wanted to climb up, but she couldn't. She could only explore forward to see if there was another way. According to Miss Maid, there was a huge underground river underground in this area. Nan Xiaonan estimated the depth of her fall. Maybe she was not far from the underground river, and she might even be in the area of the underground river. It was just that she didn't hear the sound of water, but the humidity of the surrounding air was not small. Then the question was, where did the materials of the Black Soul envoys come from? Can this thing be made? Can I make the materials myself? Can I make myself? Go back and ask. When she was thinking about it, some strange sounds came from the complicated underground world. Lady Nan, who was not very brave, immediately followed the unbeatable sutra of Shun and walked in the opposite direction. She had encountered enough trouble. If she was around the boss, she could still have some fun. But now, she had to stay as far away from the trouble as possible. In this strange world, there were superpowers. It hadn't been long since the story of the young girl annihilating the cavalry with a single slash of her 40-meter greatsword. But the strange sound came from another direction. Lady Nan frowned, turned around again, and walked away quickly. The strange sound came from the direction she was heading, and she turned around again. She couldn't even remember how many times she had turned her head, But that strange voice always came from in front of her, as if it wanted her to find out what was going on. So it persevered. "I'm not leaving." At this moment, Miss Witch of the Academies sat on the ground, crossed her arms, and glared. "If you have the ability, come out and have fun." After an unknown amount of time, an indifferent shadow quietly appeared behind Xiaonan and slowly floated over. As if she didn't know, she continued to look around with her eyes wide open. The shadow was getting closer and closer. In the darkness, it slowly stretched out its bloodless hands to Xiaonan. It was getting closer. Maybe in the next moment, this pair of pale hands would choke her. At this moment, she suddenly turned her head, and then a sharp weapon came out from her hand, chopping at the pair of pale hands, the kitchen knife of Rose Mansion. It was just an ordinary kitchen knife without Xing Chuang. But this was Xiaonan's most powerful counterattack at this moment. However, she didn't expect that the kitchen knife could easily chop off the pale hands, but it didn't feel real. It seemed that what she chopped was just an illusion without a real body. Xiaonan focused her eyes, and the pale hands in front of her suddenly stretched out and choked her neck in an instant. The feeling of suffocation filled her eyes, and Xiaonan couldn't help but feel shocked. At this moment it had a real body. A cold and gloomy energy circulated in Xiaonan's body, causing her entire body to exert strength. She was even grabbed by the neck and slowly lifted up. Xiaonan painfully kicked her legs and struggled, but it was futile. She tried to pry the hands off her neck, but it didn't budge at all. In the darkness, Xiaonan saw a figure with disheveled hair. Not only was the hair messy, it even fell to the ground. She couldn't see anymore. She was likely to die from suffocation or her throat being crushed. Xiaonan didn't want to experience the experience of being resurrected in the Ark of the Covenant. As a somewhat famous King Go in the dimensional void, she felt that she couldn't keep a low profile anymore. Spiritual explosion, soul attack. There was no other way. She couldn't use Xing Chuang, and her body was invaded by the cold energy. At this moment, she could only use this most violent and dangerous counterattack, detonating the spiritual power of her incomplete soul. Being weak for a period of time was better than staying in the Ark of the Covenant, not knowing when she would be resurrected. What if the boss suddenly became unhappy one day and turned off her light? In an instant, under the detonation of the spiritual power turned into a huge storm and swept up the owner of the pale hands. In that instant, Xiaonan felt the pale hands loosening their grip on her neck. But soon, the speed of the spiritual explosion was far beyond her expectations. The spiritual storm didn't last long. In the darkness, a white flame appeared and completely dissipated. Xiaonan's consciousness gradually faded. Xiaonan's pupils shrank the instant the grayish-white flames appeared. In that instant, she was able to catch a glimpse of the face of the owner of the pale white hands. The shock in her heart could not be any greater. "Miss, Yi." The pale hands let go of her at this moment. But Xiaonan suddenly knelt on the ground and her body slowly fell down. The surroundings became quiet again. Xiaonan was lifted up by the hand and slowly dragged into the depths. "Mr. Asakes?" In the corridor, Boss Luo met Mr. Asakes, who was walking hurriedly. "You seem to be going somewhere." Mr. Asakes was carrying a cloth bag and seemed to be preparing to go out. Asakes said, "The doctor invited by Mr. Jacques has seen Ludic and the others." "Oh." Boss Luo asked curiously, "What did the doctor say?" Mr. Asakes said, "The doctor said that they were just frightened and lost their souls. They will be fine after taking some medicine to calm their emotions. Anyway, I can only believe it. But the ingredients for the medicine are still lacking, so I went to look for them directly. Anyway, we have nothing else to do here. I can't stay idle." Boss Luo didn't say anything, but just asked casually, "What ingredients do you need?" Boss Asakes took out a piece of crumpled paper, scratching his head. Lizard's tail, frog's tongue, dead crab shell, bat's feces, and sweet flower's root? By the way, do you know what sweet flower is? It should be a kind of plant that can be seen everywhere that can produce sugar. Boss Luo thought for a while. Mr. Asakes, maybe you can pay attention to the bushes on the roadside. Maybe you can find it. Okay, I'll pay more attention. Asakes nodded and immediately said, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I'll go look for it before it gets dark. I'll find as much as I can. See you later. Be careful on the way. Boss Luo watched Mr. Asakes leave hurriedly, but he thought of the ingredients in that doctor's prescription. Was it really a prescription that a normal doctor would prescribe? Boss Luo shook his head. He had seen Miss Maid making medicine. The ingredients used by Miss Maid were sometimes more radical. Boss Luo soon came to Mr. Jacques' study, but the servant told him that Mr. Jacques was accompanying Madame. Boss Luo didn't wait too long in the study before Mr. Jacques came back. I'm accompanying my wife. She needs to be emotionally stable. Mr. Jacques said directly, Isabelle is also looking forward to getting better as soon as possible and seeing you. You came to me. Did you already make a decision? Boss Luo thought for a while. Mr. Jacques, if you want to take Miss Jean away, have you thought about where to send her? Mr. Jacques sat down and said, In fact, the best way is to follow you as your wife or fiancée. After marriage, she can take her husband's surname, which is very good for her safety. But I think you don't seem to have this plan. Boss Luo didn't say anything. Mr. Jacques stared at Boss Luo seriously. I know that when we were in the mansion, those words and promises we made were just a moment of desperation. I thought you might not be able to survive, so I gave you an incentive. You may also think that at the last moment of your life, you need some motivation. We, in fact, didn't take it seriously, right? But the result is that you came back safely, and I'm a person who keeps my promises. Boss Luo shook his head. No, Mr. Jacques, I don't regard it as the so-called motivation. I'm sincerely happy for your promise, Mr. Jacques. Mr. Jacques looked at Boss Luo in surprise, frowned, and said, So, you really fell in love with my daughter at first sight? Although this matter was, well, it wasn't impossible. Feelings were always very mysterious. But this is better. Jean needs a husband, and if this husband can sincerely accept her, it's naturally better. Luaccio thought for a while and said, The kingdom's cavalry should be in the village now. Mr. Jacques nodded. In the evening, I'll visit Baron York, and at that time, it'll be the best time for you to leave. I'll think of a way to prolong this visit. After that, Mr. Jacques suddenly stood up and walked to the bookcase on the side. He opened the bookcase's mechanism, revealing the bookcase's hidden compartment. At this time, Mr. Jacques suddenly turned around, only to see that Luaccio didn't pay attention to him. He just sat there quietly and even closed his eyes. Mr. Jacques couldn't help but be moved. He secretly nodded, quickly took out a box from the hidden compartment, and then quickly closed the hidden compartment. There are some things in here. It's my financial support for you. Mr. Jacques took a deep breath and said, In a few years, maybe even longer, you can come back. Jean should be able to inherit my legacy. Boss Luo slowly opened his eyes. Looking at Mr. Jacques' solemn expression at this time, he suddenly said, Sir, if I change my mind halfway and give Miss Jean to the kingdom's cavalry, this may be exchanged for more things for me. What do you think? I don't want to misjudge a person. Mr. Jacques directly said, Then I'll definitely transform into an evil dragon and carry out the craziest revenge on all my enemies. Boss Luo nodded, reached out, and took the box, softly said, I'll wait for the time you give me. Bertrand has already arranged the route. Mr. Jacques said seriously, When the time is up, he'll come to pick you up in my place. Boss Luo didn't take long to leave Mr. Jacques' study room. Mr. Jacques once again asked the Holmes maid to come in front of him and ordered, Prepare a sumptuous dinner. Make some of Miss Jean's favorite food. Yes, master. It's not her 15th birthday yet. This was already the best place to live in the village. Chief Charles's house. although it was still far from Mr. Jacques' mansion. But in this remote village, it was impossible to ask for too much. Yes, according to our investigation, Jacques came here with his wife 18 years ago and settled down here, the subordinate quickly said. Not long after, Jacques opened a farm and provided a lot of jobs for the locals, so he quickly received the approval of the villagers, and then quickly took on some positions in the village. Later, he was even responsible for the tax collection and the village's defense work. Currently, in Domremy village, other than the village chief, Jacques should be the second person with real power. Because of his wealth, he has some advantages over the village chief. We're just here to take people away. Baron York waved his hand and said, "This kind of small fight has nothing to do with me. Go prepare. I'm going to see someone tonight." The subordinate subconsciously said, "I don't know. Who is it?" Baron York said, "When I left Jacques' house, he told me that he would visit with his wife tonight." "Well, his wife, nominally, I can't neglect her." "What? Jacques brought his wife?" The subordinate was stunned. "How is this possible? As far as I know, Jacques' wife has been ill for more than 10 years and hasn't appeared in front of people." "Ill?" Baron York was stunned. "What illness?" "I heard it seems to be leprosy," the subordinate said with a hint of fear. "Really?" Baron York suddenly frowned, and he gently tapped the armrest of the chair. "This guy, what is he thinking? Go and do something for me." Baron York suddenly looked at the subordinate and said in a deep voice, "Send a few people to the main roads of the village. People, including the small roads. See who is entering or leaving." The subordinate said, "So you mean Jacques will quietly send people away? How is this possible? Once the new saint enters Chernon, as the new saint's biological father, he will be cleared of all charges and even obtain supreme glory. He has no reason to do this." Baron York said indifferently, "I think it's unreasonable that this guy can give birth to a new saint's child." Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS as usual. Chapter 2093. Sweet flower? I've never heard of it. Maybe you can try to clean up the gravel by the roadside. Maybe you can find it. Mr. Athanasius said thank you, and then he left. Other than the bat feces and sweet flowers, the other materials were not very troublesome. The materials that had been found were put into the bag that he brought out. If he still couldn't find sweet flowers in the village, it seemed that he could only look for them outside the village. But the sky was gradually darkening. Mr. Asakes was hesitating whether to walk out of the village at this time. At this time, he even thought that the search team that Mr. Jacques ordered in the morning might have returned. Should he ask about the search team? It was important to treat Ludic and the others, but it was equally important to find the missing Durand and Lavar. "Sir, I heard that you are looking for sweet flowers." A young man in the village came to Mr. Asakes at this time. "You know." Mr. Sashes's face was a little happy. "Yes, I know where to find them." The young man smiled at this time and said, "Although it is not a particularly rare thing, there are still some requirements for the growing environment. If you want to go, I can take you there." "I am very grateful." Mr. Asakes nodded. "It's nothing." The young man said, "I heard about your heroic deeds last night, so I am very honored to do something for you." "It's here, it's here." I pushed the wooden train to rescue Mr. Jacques and the militia regardless of the danger. The effect of gaining a lot of favorability from Domremy village finally came out. "Shall we go now?" Mr. Asakes asked. "Of course." The young man smiled and said, "Otherwise we won't be able to come back in time for dinner, and my family will be worried. And the Burgundian cavalry has been wiped out by St. Joan of Arc, so it should be safe outside now." "Well, let's go now." The sky was getting dark, and the orange-red fire clouds had already lined up in the sky. The villagers of Domremy village were still busy dealing with the post-war matters. The Burgundian cavalry was indeed annihilated, but St. Joan's sword that summoned the angels did indeed destroy many houses. In addition, There was also the destruction caused when the Burgundian cavalry rushed into the village. The villagers had been busy all day, but they had only cleared a small part of the area. As for rebuilding, it would take a long time. Take a rest. A villager put down the tool in his hand, wiped his sweat, and sat down beside a dry well. His companions also put down their tools, took out their water bags, and prepared to rest. The two of them chatted idly. Speaking of which, when did the well dry up? It's been more than 10 years, maybe even longer. His companion suddenly stood up and bent down to look at the bottom of the dry well. He smiled and said, "Do you think someone might have accidentally thrown their wallet in there?" Another companion rolled his eyes and said, "If you can dig something out, then it must be the treasure buried by my grandmother's grandmother." It seems like there really is something down there. Something. The two of them bent down together and carefully observed the bottom of the dry well. But at this time the light was dim, and the bottom of the dry well was dark, so they could not see anything at all. "Are you too tired and your eyes are blurry?" "Maybe." His companion was not sure. He only saw a flash of orange-red light, but at this time he really could not see anything. He could not help but feel puzzled. "Forget it, let's not look. Let's go to your house and dig for the treasure." His companion giggled and said, "I don't know if your grandmother buried any treasures, but I know that you must have hidden your precious wine from your wife." They turned around and were about to pack up their tools and prepare to leave when suddenly a pair of arms stretched out from the dry well. Before the two of them could react, they were dragged into the dry well in an instant. The old doctor was pounding some leaves in the room, slowly. Kay or Lily was dozing off in boredom. Boss Aches went out to look for medicine, so she was left behind to take care of Ludic Principal and the male assistant. Kay or Lily felt that she had been especially sleepy since last night. Last night, she even fell asleep unknowingly. She did not even wake up when the village was attacked by the Burgundian cavalry. Maybe it was because she was too tired, or was it because her heart was tired? At this time, the old doctor came to Kay or Lily with a small bowl. "I see that you are not very energetic. This is the medicinal soup I just made. It can relieve the fatigue of the body." The maid couldn't help but blink her eyes. She looked at the green liquid in the small bowl and instantly felt a bitter taste in her mouth. "Drink it, it's very effective. Everyone in the village drinks this." The maid did not know what to do. This feeling was like an elder in the family bringing a bowl of folk prescription from God knows where, and then looking at you with a kind and hopeful face, saying, "Drink, child, I've been simmering for a long time," since this doctor had been practicing medicine for a long time and was hired by Mr. Jacques. There should be no problem, right? Unable to resist the old doctor's kind eyes, Kay or Lily could only force herself to drink the medicinal soup. She did not know whether this thing could relieve fatigue, but the bitter taste was enough to cheer her up. She was instantly refreshed, sticking out her tongue and saying, "I feel completely awake." "That's good." The old doctor smiled, then sat back and continued to pound other medicine. The sound of pounding sounded rhythmically. As the maid listened, her eyelids gradually became heavy. It seemed that she suddenly became unable to open her eyes. "Don't!" Kay or Lily suddenly fell on the floor. The old doctor smiled and said, "In fact, the best way to relieve fatigue is to have a good sleep and then wake up." The door of the room was slightly pushed open at this time. Standing outside the door was Mr. Jacques. There was no extra expression on his face. He held the door handle, but did not completely open the door. He just looked in without saying a word. The old doctor looked up. The door was then closed. The stairs seemed to have been in disrepair for a long time. Even the floor of the corridor made a slight squeaking sound when walking. At the end of the corridor, Mr. Jacques leaned against the window at the end of the corridor. When he heard the sound, he turned around. Miss Maid was holding a plate in her hands, slowly walking over. It was agreed between them that they would start the treatment of Madame Isabel before dinner, but at the same time, the treatment should be kept secret. The reason given by Mr. Jacques was that he didn't want to have too much hope. He only wanted to welcome the result peacefully, no matter good or bad, which sounded very good. "It's ready, Monsieur Yi." Mr. Jacques looked at the plate and found that there was not too much on it. "Is this enough?" Miss Maid smiled and said, "Diseases have tortured human beings for countless years. And during those years, human beings have also found a lot of ways to eliminate these diseases. In these years of competition between the two sides, we will discover that as long as we master the pathology and find the best treatment method, the disease that once made people despair is actually an ordinary enemy that can be easily defeated. You give me confidence." Mr. Jacques breathed a sigh of relief. He unlocked the door. Except for him, no one else in this family would have the key to open the door. "By the way, didn't you tell Luo that you're coming?" Mr. Jacques asked casually. "I want to give my master a surprise." Miss Maid looked quite casual. "My master likes surprises and unknowns." "You know him well," Mr. Jacques said. "You've been with him for a long time." Miss Maid said, "I'll always follow my master." It seemed to be a different answer and question. Mr. Jacques looked at Miss Maid carefully, nodded silently, and then pushed the door of the room open. It was close to dinner time and the sun had set, so the room was unusually dim. There were no curtains here and even no air flow. The curtains and bed curtains were slightly swaying at this time because of the airflow change caused by the door opening. But vaguely, a figure could be seen sitting by the bed curtains. After Miss Maid entered, Mr. Jacques immediately closed the door of the room. Miss Maid didn't seem to care, holding the plate in her hand, walked to the side table and put it down. She put her hands on her lower abdomen, slightly bent down, and said, "Mr. Jacques, maybe you need to leave." Mr. Jacques curiously said, "Why do I need to leave? Isabelle and I are husband and wife, so I don't need to leave." Miss Maid didn't say anything. She took out various things from the plate, which seemed to be mixing some powders, and then mixed them into the water, gently stirring. Mr. Jacques looked at her silently. After a while, Miss Maid walked to the edge of the bed with the bowl in her hand. She looked back at Mr. Jacques and saw Mr. Jacques nodding at this time. Then she opened the bed curtains and looked in. There was a person sitting in the bed curtains. She was wearing a gorgeous dress, and all the workmanship was the best. Miss Maid looked at the woman on the bed. The woman was also looking at her without blinking. The reason why the woman's eyes didn't move was this was a completely air-dried corpse. At the same time, a black shadow appeared behind Miss Maid. Then a heavy blow hit the back of Miss Maid's head. Clang! The small bowl containing the potion fell to the flat ground. Miss Maid also went to the edge of the bed at the same time. Mr. Jacques said softly, "Sorry to disturb you, Isabelle." Mr. Jacques bent down and helped the servant girl up from the ground. Then he helped her sit down on a chair. Finally, he opened her mouth and poured some strange powder into it. After doing all this, Mr. Jacques began to wait quietly. He waited until the servant came to the door and knocked on the door to say dinner was ready. Ding! She gently tapped the spoon on the cup. The food on the table was very rich. These were all the girls' favorite food. But there were not many people at the table. Except for Mr. Jacques and Miss Jean, there was only one guest, Luocio, who was a foreigner. "Why are you alone?" The girl couldn't help frowning. Boss Luo said casually, "Lady Nan said before that she had to go back to the mansion to get something. I think it may be because it's dark and she can't go through the forest alone. Maybe she will come back tomorrow. As for Mr. Asakes, he went out to find some medicine for the doctor. I think he will come back later." "Then what about your maid?" The girl blinked. "Oh, and Miss Kay or Lily is also here." Miss Kay or Lily is taking care of her companion. She seemed to be tired and fell asleep, so I didn't disturb her. Mr. Jacques said, "As for Miss Yi, she is now treating your mother." "What?" The girl opened her eyes wide and even stood up. "Why didn't anyone tell me such a big thing?" "I hope you'll hear some good news," he said with a smile. Mr. Jacques said softly, "I'm not sure if the treatment will work, so I didn't want to tell you in advance. But now it seems that the miracle is not only looking after you, but also your mother." "Father, you mean?" The girl's eyes gradually changed into ecstasy. "Yes," Mr. Jacques said with a smile. "The treatment is quite smooth. It is said that this disease can be completely cured in Miss Yuye's hometown. Although she is not a doctor, she knows how to treat it. Maybe in a few days you can meet and contact with your mother." "I can't wait. I want to see my mother now." The girl suddenly left her seat. Mr. Jacques said, "Your mother is not suitable to contact anyone now. Jean, sit down first." "Why?" "This is the most important part of the treatment, and also the last part." Mr. Jacques said, "If you want to say why, I also want to know. But seeing that Isabel is about to recover, I will endure with you, my child." The girl bit her lip. "Then, after dinner, can I talk to my mother? I mean, as usual, I can be separated by the door of the room." "Of course," Mr. Jacques said softly, "I will be with you." "Great." The girl showed a smiling face. She seemed to be impatient. She felt that everything was getting better. "This will be a wonderful evening, everyone." At this time, Mr. Jacques gently tapped the cup with the spoon again, and then raised the cup. "Let us drink to this wonderful evening. Jean, are you not going to propose a toast to the brave Luo?" The girl lowered her head and muttered something, but still obediently raised the cup without saying anything. She drank it absent-mindedly. "Don't mind, this child is a bit willful." Mr. Jacques looked at Luocio apologetically. "I hope you can be more tolerant of her. Like I said, don't worry, if you take care of her more, you will be surprised." "Father!" The girl lowered her voice and shouted discontentedly. Mr. Jacques suddenly laughed. "Why don't we enjoy these delicacies now?" With that, Mr. Jacques personally cut a piece of roasted chicken and sent it to Boss Luo's plate, saying that this was the traditional way of cooking in Donnermy village, and it was not seen anywhere else. Boss Luo tasted a few mouthfuls and felt that the taste was really good. "Master," it was the voice of Mr. Jacques' family worker, Bertrand. The young man was standing outside the door at this time. "You can continue." Mr. Jacques got up and left his seat. "Bertrand should be reporting to me about the farm work. This is his daily work. I will be right back." The girl didn't care. Obviously, Bertrand did this work every day. Unknowingly, only the girl and Boss Luo were left at the table. The girl looked at Luocio at this time and asked softly, "Treating my mother, is it your idea?" Her eyes were even shining. Boss Luo shook his head and said, "I don't have such a request, and I don't even know about this matter." The girl couldn't help but be startled and subconsciously said, "So it's your maid's idea? Why did she do this?" Boss Luo smiled and said, "Maybe she wants to have a better relationship with Miss Jenna. Is it convenient to serve you together?" The young girl suddenly had such a thought, but then she hurriedly lowered her head and pretended to enjoy the food to cover up the thoughts in her heart. The taste of this grilled fish is also very good. Father likes to use the dead leaves of the roses to grill it, so it has a special fragrance. You should try it too. After thinking about it, the girl took the initiative to cut a piece of grilled fish with a knife and fork, stood up and wanted to send it to Boss Luo's plate. But she suddenly sat down as soon as she stood up. "What's the matter?" Boss Luo asked. "I don't know." The girl shook her head. "I feel a little tired and a little sleepy. I'm usually very energetic at this time. I don't know why today." Her voice gradually weakened. Unknowingly, the young girl yawned and lay on the table. She actually fell asleep in a daze. The grilled fish tastes really like it. Boss Luo wiped his lips with a napkin at this time, then picked up the cup and slowly loosened his fingers. The cup instantly fell to the ground, broken. Then, for the sake of father-in-law, I also, a few seconds after the sound of the cup breaking, Mr. Jacques walked into the dining room with Bertrand. He looked at his daughter, who was sleeping on the table, and then looked at the young man who was leaning on the chair with his head lowered. He nodded slowly and said softly, "Bertrand, I'll leave the rest to you." "I know, master." Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS4/4. Chapter 2094. Turning over. Nan Xiaonan grunted a few times. She didn't want to wake up. She was so lazy that she had completely given up on thinking. She just wanted to continue sleeping. To put it simply, she was lazing in bed. Of course, most of the reason was because she had detonated her soul power, which caused her to become sluggish. She suddenly sat up, and even her hair stood on end. Her memories before she fainted were coming back. In front of her was a bright place, completely different from the dark cave from before. She had a relatively good experience from the view, but she didn't have the intention to relax. Instead, she became even more nervous, because the black shadow that knocked him unconscious and brought him to this place was standing not far away at this moment, standing in front of a half-kneeling angel statue. Not only was the angel statue half-kneeling, but its hands were also holding swords. But there was no sword in the angel statue's hands. Besides, the angel statue looked as if it would shatter at any time. Nan Xiaonan saw many cracks on the statue. At this time, that mysterious shadow was standing motionlessly in front of the statue with its back facing Nan Xiaonan. Nan Xiaonan carefully moved her lower body, but found that the shadow didn't seem to be aware of it. Therefore, she became bolder, and the extent of her movement became bigger. She observed the surroundings clearly. This place might have been a huge pool or something like that, but for some reason the water was drained away. But it was a good thing. At least it was convenient to leave. She also saw an exit that seemed to have been smashed by something not far away. Nan Xiaonan took a deep breath, turned around, and rushed toward the exit without a care for anything. But at this moment, she was bounced back as if she had hit a wall. Nan Xiaonan fell to the ground at once. She immediately looked at the thing that bounced her back. It was a monster with a lot of cracks all over its body, with orange-red flames flowing in the cracks. Even if she had encountered a monster, it was impossible for Nan Xiaonan to be truly fearful. She had even killed quite a few void original demons, not to mention other evil spirits and monsters. They couldn't scare Nan Xiaonan, but what shocked Nan Xiaonan was that this mutated guy in front of her was the city lord of Freedom City, who had disappeared long ago, Durand. There was no doubt that it was Durand. Even though his body had undergone some unknown changes, his appearance was still the same. Strange thing, Durand's hands were hanging by his side, like a human that had turned into an ape after atavism. He let out a strange hissing sound from his throat and slowly approached Nan Xiaonan. Nan Xiaonan hurriedly got up and retreated. She found that the mutated Durand didn't come closer. It seemed to be afraid of something. Although its eyes were fixed on her, it didn't take another step forward. Nan Xiaonan immediately took a deep breath. She slowly turned around, only to see that the owner of the black shadow had already quietly appeared behind her. It was still the same long black hair that fell to the ground. "Hello? Hello." Nan Xiaonan quickly forced a smile. "You Yi, Mississippi. Are you playing a role-playing game with the boss?" The woman with disheveled hair, wearing a tattered black robe and abnormally pale skin, suddenly reached out and strangled Nan Xiaonan's neck again. Again. Nan Xiaonan was lifted up again. Instinctively, she slapped the woman's arm. But the woman's arm was as hard as steel and didn't have the softness that a human body should have. If you have anything to say it properly," Nan Xiaonan said with difficulty. "The first time you didn't kill me, there must be something. You put me down first. I won't run away." She felt that the woman was in a strange state, an unstable state. She was definitely not the miss maid in the shop who pursued perfection in everything. Even if you beat her to death, Nan Xiaonan wouldn't believe that the maid of the shop would make herself look so slovenly. It was as if she was a prisoner who had been imprisoned. Nan Xiaonan didn't dare to guarantee that the servant girl would play some exciting games with the boss in private. But even if she did play some exciting games, She would never make herself so dirty. She was a neat freak. The disheveled, black-robed woman released Nan Xiaonan and threw her to the ground casually. Nan Xiaonan touched her neck and took a deep breath. She looked at the strange woman in the black robe in front of her in bewilderment. Although she was sure that the other party was not the servant girl, how could she appear in the image of the servant girl? Besides, the mutated Durand seemed to be afraid of the black-robed woman. "What's your name?" Nan Xiaonan asked tentatively. The black-robed woman didn't answer. She stared at Nan Xiaonan through her messy hair without blinking, which made this, which from the world of academies, tremble with fear. Suddenly, the black-robed woman reached out her hand and pointed at the half-kneeling angel statue that was full of cracks. Nan Xiaonan was startled. She frowned and asked subconsciously, "You want me to go to that statue?" The black-robed woman didn't respond. She still maintained the posture of pointing at the angel statue. Nan Xiaonan's throat made a gulping sound. She slowly got up, gritted her teeth, and began to approach the angel statue. She had already arrived in front of the angel statue. More cracks could be seen on the statue. She walked around the statue and found that the source of these cracks seemed to be a deep crack at the back of the statue. "I wonder who did this to me?" And then Nan Xiaonan came to the front of the angel statue again and looked at the black-robed woman with confusion. "What do you want me to do?" The black-robed woman blinked and seemed to be thinking. After a while, the black-robed woman suddenly looked at Durand. Durand began to tremble and even let out a chaotic and rapid cry. The black-robed woman's eyes instantly turned gloomy and cold. Durand roared. Then, as if it had gone mad, it madly crashed into the angel's statue. Bang! A loud noise sounded. Durand, however, seemed to have hit an invisible wall and was bounced far away. Durand got up again and continued to roar as it crashed into the angel's statue. Again and again, Durand was unable to truly collide with the angel's statue. Time after time, it was sent flying and fell to the ground, and the orange-red glow on the cracks on Durand. S body gradually dimmed down. The black-robed woman suddenly waved her hand, and Durand finally stopped slamming into the angel statue. The black-robed woman looked at Nan Xiaonan again. I still don't understand." Nan Xiaonan blinked. She felt that she should still have some leeway to be mischievous. However, the black-robed woman flashed and appeared in front of Nan Xiaonan like a ghost. "I suddenly understood," Lady Nan said, as if she suddenly understood. "You want me to help you destroy this statue, right? I'm so smart." The black-robed woman didn't take any further action. Instead, she seemed to be waiting. Nan Xiaonan was speechless. According to the situation of Durand, the angel statue should have some kind of power that could resist attacks and make the black-robed woman afraid to approach it. Nan Xiaonan tentatively stretched out her hand and slowly touched the angel statue's body. She easily penetrated the invisible barrier and directly touched the angel statue's body. The angel statue's defensive power didn't work on her at all. "What's going on? Why can I touch this statue?" Nan Xiaonan was surprised. She even began to crazily consume the stored heat in her body to stimulate the activity of her brain cells and improve her thinking ability. The black-robed woman's purpose was obviously to break the statue. The statue's power made the black-robed woman apprehensive and at the same time made Durand unable to approach it. In other words, the black-robed woman and Durand could be classified as similar in nature. But why could she? Or could it be that as long as the black-robed woman and Durand didn't have similar attributes, the statue's defense wouldn't be triggered? If that's the case, there are many villagers in Dong Remy village. She could just grab a few of them. Or could it be that even the villagers of Dong Remy village couldn't do it? Or could it be that she didn't belong to the Holy Light Kingdom and had different attributes, so she wasn't affected? If that's the case, then Asakes, Kaer Lily, and even Ludic and the others should be able to do it, right? No. Durand couldn't do it. Durand also came from Free City, and was a very high-level petitioner. What's the key factor? Her thinking speed became slower and slower and unknowingly returned to normal. But Nan Xiaonan felt that she was about to pierce through this layer of fog. Damn it, just a little bit more. She had become a bag of bones. The improvement of her thinking speed even used up a lot of the stored fat in her body. Everyone knew this. A girl's fat would only be stored in her waist and buttocks. But when a girl consumes fat, her breasts will become smaller. I, Nan Xiaonan, don't need to be a woman with a figure and a face. Seeing Nan Xiaonan's body suddenly become abnormally thin, the black-robed woman couldn't help but frown. This was the first time Nan Xiaonan saw the black-robed woman's expression change. Even though it wasn't a good change, she felt that she had no room to be mischievous. Perhaps the black-robed woman had lost her patience. Wait for me. After saying that, Nan Xiaonan quickly ran to the side, picked up a fist-sized piece of gravel, and then returned to the front of the angel statue. She glanced at the black-robed woman and saw that her frown seemed to have loosened a little. Nan Xiaonan took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "Hey!" She held the stone in her hand, and then lightly smashed it on the angel statue. Or rather, she pressed it. Who knew what terrible things would happen after breaking the statue? He had always adhered to the principle of never letting his hands get too dirty. At this moment, the black-robed woman suddenly flashed and appeared behind Nan Xiaonan and kicked her without hesitation. This strength was not small. Miss, which from the Academia faction in its subworld instantly flew out and crashed into the side of the angel statue. This hit made Nan Xiaonan feel that her bones were about to fall apart. She almost spat out blood. It could be seen that the black-robed woman's kick was not light. "I'm fine." Nan Xiaonan tried hard to hold back the blood surging in her throat. "You see, I can't break it. Do you want to find someone else? Or I can help you find someone else. I like people who help others the most." The black-robed woman fell into contemplation again and didn't move. Nan Xiaonan slightly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the angel statue was full of cracks, it was surprisingly sturdy. Lady Nan shook her head and stood up, throwing away the fist-sized stone in her hand. Crack! The stone rolled slowly on the ground and just rolled to the base of the angel statue. It was really quiet, even comparable to the slight touch of the defensive master in snooker. Crack! Crack, 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 crack! Like a chain reaction, the cracks on the angel statue began to increase crazily. Finally, it broke into pieces, and it was unusually uniform. Nan Xiaonan looked at her palm with astonishment. "I feel that someone is playing with me." The black-robed woman slightly raised her eyes. A strange smile even appeared on her face. Boom, hashtag, 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 hashtag. A grayish-black flame shot up into the sky from the shattered angel statue. It dyed the entire underground lake in a grayish hue. At the same time, a gloomy coldness that seemed to be able to erode the soul erupted in all directions with the eruption of the grayish-black flame. Nan Xiaonan was instantly bounced back by the eruption of energy. She only felt cold all over, as if she was surrounded by endless resentment. Her scalp was numb, and endless screams and roars sounded directly in her spiritual world. This kind of spiritual injury was far more difficult to deal with than physical injury. If she didn't deal with it properly, she would be finished in minutes. Lady Nan looked extremely frightened at this time. The black-robed woman was not afraid of the grayish-black flame at this time. She slowly approached the eruption of the flame. Under Nan Xiaonan's horrified gaze, the black-robed woman even directly put her palm into the eruption of the flame. Slowly, the black-robed woman seemed to pull something out of the flame. Gradually it appeared. First, it was a pole. The black-robed woman slowly pulled it out of the grayish-white flame, and the pole gradually grew longer. In the end, what appeared was a grayish-white battle flag with black thorns entwined around it. La Grodaine. The voice came from the mouth of the black-robed woman. Nan Xiaonan fiercely pinched her waist and suddenly shivered, while the black-robed woman's attention was all on this strange battle flag. And Durand was half dead at this moment. She turned around and ran away. "Boss! Help! Ah!" Outside the backyard of Mr. Jacques' house, Bertrand gently helped the sleeping boss Luo into a carriage that was prepared long ago. After putting him together with the young girl, he walked to the front and held the reins. "Giddy Dash,